vote or come to a consensus, it has to be the executive committee.
But someone might come in, will come in.
It's all good.
Okay. Thank you, Janine.
Well, welcome. This is December and Waterfront Parks and Environment Committee. We have a hybrid policy that can be found on our website. Board members are expected to attend meetings in person unless they have a disability or an extraordinary circumstance. Excused members and members will still be able to participate. Members who are joining via Zoom must leave their cameras on. Hello, Rebecca. This meeting is being streamed live on our YouTube channel and the transcript is being recorded. Welcome, I'm Martin DeCat. I'm co-chair with Leslie Murphy. She has had the very bad judgment of leaving this committee. This is her last committee meeting with us. Even before the applause, I was gonna say she has been just an amazing co-chair, hardworking, smart.
Keep going.
Grab the reins when necessary. And so after the meeting's open, I hope you'll hang out and give her greetings.
Thank you, that's very nice. And also I want to thank Brendan, he brought coffee for everyone.
Well,
That's
and
so nice of you.
well,
Brought
and
snacks for
somebody
holidays.
else.
I did.
Leslie brought snacks, so
we can
tried
enjoy.
to-
I want you to know that Brendan brought that stuff only after Leslie broke his left arm.
Hey, yeah, I'm just carrying it well. It is broken, but yeah.
Thank you, Brendan.
So we usually start off our meetings at WPE, like everyone here knows, with a parks update, but we're not gonna do that this month, because we do want to entertain the big Manhattan cruise ship terminal presentation from EDC. We have been on this Manhattan cruise ship terminal project even before it was a project, when we were advocating for shore power, and now that it's turned into this potential humongous project. We were involved in the beginning of the year, January, February, March, when they had their open meetings to see what the community wanted, the community board and the greater community, and what we wanted to see at a new Manhattan cruise terminal, and what they could incorporate in a new master plan for that. So this is that master plan. When did you guys, I think 3 weeks ago? November, yeah. So, maybe a month ago almost. So, anyway, I'm just gonna leave it to them, and what we see would come out of this is, we've written many letters, especially on what we wanted to see in the master plan, and this is gonna kind of show, did we get what we want, did we not get what can we massage? There'll be a lot of kind of moving around of opinions, and we'll get a lot of opinions from the public, and then I would foresee a letter coming out of this about the Manhattan Cruise Terminal and their master plan as we move forward. But I'm gonna just leave it to you guys to go and give the presentation. Thank you for coming.
Especially in person, I feel like this group's been so good at coming in person too.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Where is that spot? I think you should stand, yeah.
Hi, everyone, and thank you for having us be the main agenda item today. It's really exciting to be here to talk about the master plan. As Leslie said, this has come out of a year-long effort of engagement with you all, with industry, with community. And so we're really excited to announce it and release it a month ago. But obviously, the engagement and advocacy for this predates even that. It definitely has come out of what we've heard. Shore power being a future priority and one that we wanted to have as a key element here. So now that we are at a point of being able to dive a lot deeper into what this means for the future of the site, wanted to use this as an opportunity to not just go into the master plan itself, but also provide a little bit of a recap of how we got here, recognizing that most people in this room, possibly online as well, have been with us for the journey leading up to today, but there might be some folks who may be hearing about this for the first time. So we'll spend a little bit of time, go to the next slide, just recapping all that we've done to get to this point, go over what we've heard from the public workshops, the online survey, me Ward 4 provided a letter as well with their official recommendations, which has been a huge guiding piece of this, and talk about how the master plan connects with what we heard. We'll then spend the majority or bigger chunk of our time going into those details. And then we'll discuss the need for federal reauthorization. For folks who might have been here the last time, that's really where we spent a lot of our focus. But recognizing that there were some frustrations of not being able to go into as much detail, we hope that today we can go into that a lot more and connect it back to why we're pursuing the authorization of the federal channel, and then talk about next steps and answer any questions. So there are definitely questions around why a master plan for this process. You know, shore power being a key priority here is something that EDC has looked at from different angles over the years. When we kicked off this process, we had, we were facing the question of why are we doing this? The reason for it is because a lot of our efforts predating the master plan were independent of one another. We were trying to enter long-term agreements and have commitments around shore power without having the infrastructure there. We were trying to study it without knowing the conditions of the piers. And what the master plan allows us to do is really integrate all of those efforts along with a greater plan for a site that is really, really old, and we need to think about it comprehensively. As we think about the different priorities we've heard over the years, like fixing the transportation issues along the West Side Highway, of electrifying and decreasing the emissions for cruise ships, or activating different areas for the public. We couldn't do any of those things because of the barriers and limitations we encounter with the aging infrastructure, with rules or regulations from other areas that are not meeting the needs of today. So what this master plan has allowed us to do is really create a framework to guide our future planning. It's what we can use to guide us as we're doing permitting for this project, design, conversations around financing as well. And so what this allows us to do is have something concrete to be able to guide all those pieces. Recognizing that this is a huge piece of infrastructure in a very old area of the city, this is a significant effort, and so anything is going to require a lot of coordination, and that's what this master plan allows us to understand. Pass it to Jack.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jackie Tang. I'm with EDC's Asset Management Department. We have been the day-to-day project manager for this master plan. So the Manhattan Cruise Terminal holds a very unique position as the oldest metropolitan cruise port in the United States. And for nearly 100 years, it has served as the only entry point for global visitors arriving by sea directly into Manhattan's west side. MCT is an important economic generator for the city. It welcomes 1 million travelers each year who start and finish their cruises in New York City. And so these travelers spend extra days before and after their cruise in the city, enjoying the city's restaurants, attractions, and hotels. And each cruise passenger arriving at the terminal spends up to an estimated $600 here. And this really translates into $500 million in annual economic activity and supporting nearly 3,000 people. So MCT was originally built in the 1930s and has stood as a prominent symbol of the city's historic position as a global maritime center. But like all infrastructure, there's a certain lifespan of operability to them. And so waterfront infrastructure in particular is subjected to continuous exposure to the elements, especially in a time of climate change. And that results in accelerated deterioration and continued growing costs to maintain an asset like this. And so we see this decline already in MCT. Pier 92 is already inoperable. And Piers 88 and 90 are soon meeting a similar fate. And so these materials signs of deterioration directly put tourism numbers, jobs, and really local economic activity associated with the cruise industry at risk. Next slide. And so MCT today is fundamentally constrained in two critical areas, operational capability and community integration. And so the existing piers, they're not sized appropriately to handle the size and the technological advancements of modern cruise ships, limiting the facility's ability to deliver shore power and other longstanding human priorities. The terminal's configuration generates traffic conflicts between pedestrians, cyclists, and motorists along the west side highway. And then the greenway is already constrained. The existing terminal does not currently meet FEMA flood elevation requirements. And there are currently no real opportunities for the public to access this waterfront. And really that causes, isolation of this terminal from the neighborhood and housing. And so on the next slide, really lays out our master plan goals. And this master plan is really a strategic vision and framework for the terminal that balances being a good neighbor with remaining compliant and competitive to service existing and future ships. And so the goals of the master plan are to rebuild MCT into a resilient global cruise gateway for the next 100 years. To fully electrify the terminal, to advance sustainable energy and decarbonization goals. To provide public access to the waterfront for all New Yorkers and all the visitors. Preserve and really enhance and diversify the working waterfront here. And finally, to design thoughtfully to create an integrated flow. So I'll pass it back to Tara to talk about what we've heard through this process.
Great. So as I mentioned earlier, we had several different methods to gather feedback, not just from the community, also community-based organizations, industry experts, the cruise industry, the maritime industry, and have had a lot of success with being able to understand those needs so we can integrate them in something that is both suiting the community and the neighborhood as well as where the industry is going. So we kicked off with the community with a public workshop in December, held a second public workshop in January, have interspersed that with several updates coming here to tell you about our progress. In parallel, held several stakeholder interviews and also done online survey. So I'm not going to go through this entire list, but this was just an overview of all of it that we've heard, spanning from recreational users to local chambers and bids. It has been an extensive list, and it's been really great to gather and integrate all these events and execute into this. So in public workshop number 1, we focused on laying the groundwork for this vision, understanding what the goals are, and really being able to articulate how we can situate these different needs and experiences around that cruise terminal goal. In workshop 2, we also did an online survey at that point to reach a broader audience for folks who might not have been able to get to the workshop. So in workshop 1, what we heard was the primary areas that we gave to focus on the onshore power were waterfront access, passenger flows, and community access. So really thinking through how can we turn this site into something that's not just closed off whenever a cruise ship is not in, but something that is a public amenity overall. Over on the right is a word cloud of what we heard, public space, green space, pedestrian bike paths, being things that really emerged. In public workshop 2, we got into the more granular aspects of how to actually activate those priorities, not just thinking higher level, but what are the specific types of activations that could resonate here. Sustainability, shore power being again, one that really ran through, but also how can we think about using other types of energy forms here, for traffic congestion, making sure that that the traffic related to cruise ships is not spilling out, blocking the already congested greenway, but having that system be a lot smoother. As a third priority, how can we activate this space possibly for retail or other elements? And then also how can we integrate with the streetscape overall? I won't again go into as much detail here. I think we shared this at our last presentation, but you can see here where these different priorities rank against each other. Shore power being the highest, but followed by pedestrian cyclist signals being something that really came out, landscaping, and that again going towards public activation. Also call out widened sidewalks and new highways being priorities that came out a lot through this process. We also, to highlight the elements of the letter that we received from MCB4. Again, similar elements here, but specifically shore power, including open space for public riverfront, encouraging pedestrian overpass, widening bicycle pedestrian lanes, reactivating riverfront areas, ensuring that aspects of this project are eco-friendly, making sure that there's solar panels and solar energy, locating trucks and services with the ships within the footprint, and exploring opportunities for adopting smaller ships and supporting those other maritime users as well. And creating space for shuttles and alternatives to cars for passenger ships. I'll pass it to Ashley. Good start.
Nice to see you all again. My name is Joshua Nelson. I've had the opportunity of interfacing with all of you, gosh, since we visited you. It was even before December of last year that we saw you all. So happy to present the plan. We'll go into some detail with respect to the individual components associated with that, but definitely want to encourage you, if you haven't already, to download the plan available online. And we actually will have some hard copies to share later on in the coming weeks. But on the next slide, just a reminder, I know you are all very familiar with the facility, but those who are not, the Manhattan Cruise Terminal located on the west side. Here's 88, 90, and 92, generally between West 48th Street and West 57th Street. Of the piers themselves, Pier 92, no longer in service. That's been condemned by DOB due to subsidence. Pier 90, less in service. It is currently active, but one we're monitoring in terms of subsidence, seeing some deterioration of the pier itself. And then Pier 88, which is the workhorse of the cruise terminal. You can see the two edges on Pier 88, those expanded aprons, which allow us to operate larger vessels that have overhanging lifeboats. And the pier structures that are on them, those are the pier sheds that handle passenger flows, baggage, luggage, laydown, customs and border protection, screening, etc. As we mentioned, as Jackie and Tara mentioned previously, we recognize the existing condition, zero waterfront access for the public. We recognize also the narrow nature of the greenway in that particular area, very challenging when cruise ships are either embarking or debarking for anybody who is on the greenway to be able to access that area efficiently. And then with respect to cruise operations itself, both passenger flows and the provisioning of those ships is really challenging with the overall size of the facility, but also with the configuration, which requires a lot of that spill out into the West Side Highway, right? So we're thinking of ground transportation, we're thinking of personal vehicles that are doing drop-offs and pickups, rideshare vehicles, coaches, etc. A lot of that stuff is taking place on the West Side Highway. A challenging situation, of course, not always the safest situation, and one we certainly want to mitigate. On the next slide, just the overall proposed development. Again, there's much more detail in the master plan document itself, but what we've been able to achieve is really one thing that we're very excited about, and that's delivering on a lot of what CB4 is looking for and the community writ large, while also meeting the needs of an ever-changing cruise industry, right? If you remember and recall last time that we were here, those are the two components that were really the most important part of what we were doing, delivering on community needs as well as essentially paving the way for the future of the cruise industry in New York City. So this is really a way to integrate all of that. What you see were three previous piers. the elimination, you can see the footprint here of the current Pier 90. But essentially, the terminal itself will be demolished in its entirety and reconstructed in this new configuration. Two very large piers, a north pier and a south pier, supplemented by additional footprint that will allow us to bring all of the ground transportation that some of which is taking place on the West Side Highway off of the street and into a full levels. So that will allow us to essentially have all of that activity take place within this roughly 9. The terminal buildings themselves will be removed from the pier structures. So again, today, right now, those pier structures include terminal buildings, all that operation taking place on the pier itself. In this plan, those are removed from the piers. And it very much like a centralized airport operation, all of the baggage and luggage laydown, passenger screening, passenger waiting areas, et cetera, would be consolidated into a series of 3 terminal buildings that are all interconnected with one another. Shore power is going to be installed for all 3 berths. We'll talk a little bit more about that. We'll talk also about public access and open space, really integrating a number of different touch points and access points for the public, both when cruise ships are in, but also when cruise ships are out and not in the terminal itself. That creates new opportunities for pier access. In terms of sustainability, we'll talk a little bit more about solar and some of the things we would plan to integrate into the building itself, potential heat and thermal exchange, obviously shore power. And then I already mentioned the transportation improvements, but also navigational operational improvements. We have a much wider berth area. Some of you, we did a briefing on our progress in the navigation safety risk assessment. We mentioned that last time. Leslie was a part of the briefing on Monday. We do have the current configuration, very narrow slips, right? And that does lead to challenging, in some cases, navigational situations for cruise ships. In this particular configuration, we're widening and opening that up and making it much more safe for vessel operations and navigation. So really, when we break it down, and on the next slide, I won't go into too much detail here, but really taking the elements that you all very succinctly laid out in your letter and tying those to the improvements that we've included in the master plan itself. So shore power for all berths, all 3 berths would be able to handle up to 16 MVA. Those are the largest cruise ships. Right now, Port Miami, for example, has just installed 5 shore power systems. Port Miami is the largest cruise operation in North America. We will have 48 MVA available for those cruise ships and the remainder for the building infrastructure that's necessary. Access and open space, riverfront access. If you've looked at the plan itself, the entire building structure is lifted off of the ground. We have the ground transportation area below that, and then a riverfront esplanade that essentially opens up that entire waterfront to public access at all times. A pedestrian overpass across near Dwight Clayton Park, right around 52nd Street, has been incorporated into that. We're also widening the bike and the pedestrian path, right? And so there's quite a bit of infrastructure there that's dedicated to that widening path, and actually ensuring that that's really separate from the cruise terminal itself. So a nice buffer that you'll see in some of the renderings that essentially create that distance. Here we've incorporated a new public plaza. I know there was interest in opening up the small plaza that's there near berth 1 on the south side of Pier 88. Here we create a completely new opportunity, a stepped plaza that actually covers the substation as a part of the project itself, but also creates really a nice opportunity for levels that take passengers, or excuse me, that take the public from the ground level all the way up to the 2nd floor of the new terminal structure, and then mezzanine areas that are open to the public for views of both the city as well as the waterfront. On the sustainability side, we mentioned eco-friendly design and incorporation of solar panels as a part of the project. And I've already mentioned shore power. And then on transportation, a lot of what we've already discussed, moving all of the passenger-related transportation activity off of the street. Similarly, the provisioning of trucks of vessels, right? So as Jackie and others mentioned, the majority of cruise ships that are coming in and out of New York City begin and end their journey here. And so that means all of the food, all of the laundry, all of the provisions that come onto those ships arrive via truck. With the piers, as we've created them now, we'll be able to incorporate, I know there's a challenge today with a lot of truckers who come in pre-stage on the city streets in advance of the cruise ship arriving to be able to start the provisioning operation. Because of the pier configuration, item piers that we've identified and included as part of the plan, those trucks will be able to pre-stage in the campus, not on the city streets, right? We've provided space for that on the piers themselves. And then for the docking of smaller vessels, we do have on that north end of the north pier, the ability to charge small electric vessels, primarily tugboats, potential for a ferry operation on that north end of the pier itself. So incorporating that so that smaller harbor craft, we have access to the terminal from that perspective. So we'll go through each of the main buckets that we have in the master plan itself, the first of which is sustainability. So highlighting here the shore power system that would be pulling from that main substation that I described, and then accessing each of the 3 berths. So again, we have, although there's just one cruise ship depicted here, just for clarity, we have a berth here on the south pier, on the north of the south pier, and the south.
Where's the substation?
The substation is this small rectangle that you see here. And so just, illustrative of the feeds that would go to each of the cruise ships themselves. So it's a 70 MVA substation. I mentioned 48 of which is really devoted to shore power itself, and the remainder for building operations, and other needs for the terminal, which include e-charging for equipment, telehandlers, forklifts, et cetera, that move luggage and other things. But also in the parking facility itself as well, electric charging stations, and even some electric charging stations within GTA. Solar arrays, just as indicative of the type of solar that could be installed once the facility would be designed, but the intention is to create that opportunity with all of the roofs. And then we just mentioned, the elevation of the pier structure to meet FEMA flood standards. That's a critical and important part. If we're going to redo this infrastructure, it's certainly going to be an important part of that to ensure that we've got that facility up and out of the flood as much as possible. On the next slide, we'll talk through public access. Again, the master plan is a much thorough job of walking through each of the components that are associated with public access. I mentioned the buildings being raised, which allow then public access from the plaza itself here, along what we call our riverfront promenade, with views of the water sheet itself. Also mentioning that when cruise ships are not in, meaning when the terminal is essentially very quiet, we'll be able to, from a security perspective, open up the pier decks themselves to public access. It's something that we walked everyone through in the January meeting, for those of you that were there going last year. San Francisco, Pier 19, for example, is a great example of being able to open that infrastructure on the same access with cruise ships. So we do have the passenger concourses here. They will have rooftop access at all times, which would allow anybody for the general public, even when a cruise ship is in, to observe operations and get out to the edge of the water. And then, as I mentioned, these mezzanine structures here with a number of outlooks that would provide, again, views of both the water side as well as the city side. The greenway itself would also be expanded, as mentioned.
Actually, you know what? I know it's a very long presentation, but if we have one question.
I just a quick question. So the entranceway and exit to the terminal, does that interrupt the bikeway at all? Is it on the same level as the bikeway,
So,
as the greenway?
yeah, currently, right now, the way it's indicated, we still have this slit over here, and there would be an elevated access way for POVs coming in and out. So personally owned vehicles coming in and out here. So grade separation here.
So, but I mean, we have to stop your bike to wait for people to cross.
You just like as you would as a street light, yes. Yeah, so it'd be a signalized.
There's no way to go over that.
Well, we'll probably get into that.
Okay, I'm sorry.
We'll see more, right? Are you gonna give us some sketch drawings on that?
We'll show some sketches
Yeah.
and we'll consider in the.
Right, all these more.
And then just one super other quick question. So it sounded like you were describing like pedestrians have a way to access most of those like mezzanines or extended rooftop areas just for like pleasure and walking. Oh, amazing. Okay, cool.
Yeah, so some of the mezzanine structures
Yeah.
are for passengers who have gone through security screening.
Okay,
But then a lot of it will be open to the general public. So as I mentioned, this tiered plaza essentially would allow people to get up, you could walk up into the plaza and
amazing.
then access some of these.
Wonderful. Yeah, sounds like a nice addition. Cool, thanks.
Yeah, the terrace is a lot for side.
Cool.
On the next slide, we'll go through transportation. So now it looks different here, right? The buildings have been removed just to show you what would be on the ground floor. And that ground floor would be dedicated then primarily to rideshare vehicles, taxis, and then motor coaches. As you may recall from some of the conversation we had previously about the terminal, there are quite a few motor coaches, you know, folks who, it's a large drive-to market, that's what we call it. And so folks in Albany, folks in Schenectady, they will get together with all their friends and charter a 40-person motor coach. They'll do it through a travel agency, whatever the case may be, right? And then let's all go down to Manhattan and catch a cruise. And so we need the ability to handle those buses and handle those passengers as they are embarking and debarking their cruise ship. And so we're able to take all of what you see, all of the chaos that you see on 12th Avenue when a cruise ship is completely removed and consolidated in the GTA that we've identified here. We created this new footprint, right? As I mentioned previously, an additional 9 acres that allows us to do that. We can't do it any other way. There's really no other way to pull all of that traffic and all of that activity off of the street without creating that new access and that footprint. We have also a parking facility here that would allow direct access for those POVs that I mentioned previously. And then the pier structure, you see, this is generally just an outline of what circulation would look like for a truck. This is generally a 53-foot tractor trailer combination, sometimes refrigerated, sometimes a dry van that would bring provisioning on those vessels. The ability to pre-stage them on the piers, they're wide enough so that we can do that effectively and avoid the need for those trucks to be on the city streets. So it's also a key component of that. There's one more slide that we, yeah, what it could look like. So hand it over to Jackie for a walkthrough of the renderings.
So on the next few slides, we have images really for illustrative purposes to what this could look like in the future. This is an aerial shot of the new development. And here, you know, we really tried to illustrate the level of transparency that we want to achieve here through these squares that make up. The next slide, you'll see that waterfront esplanade that Joshua mentioned. You see the building raised to, you know, meet those flood requirements. And then what excites me the most is that we've been able to incorporate kind of at the far distance here, as Joshua mentioned, on top of those concourses, being able to allow the public to walk along that concourse, be able to walk along those cruise ships as they're in. And we see this being done already in places like this. On the next slide. So on the other side of the terminal, you know, we mentioned that widened greenway, that widened bikeway and walkway, and just also trying to illustrate the segmentation of like this greenway away from the west side highway traffic and from the actual terminal itself. Here, looking from the water side up top, on the bottom left, you'll see landings for potential ferries, cross harbor, to alleviate some of that traffic that's coming in and out, and getting folks to the site. We also see down here potential places for EV charging for tugs as well, and to really fully electrify the site and be able to align with our blue highways. I think this is the last image, which shows the terminal from the south side looking north. That substation that was asked about earlier, it's concealed in this stepped plaza, this public plaza. And you see this new ingress and egress for vehicles. Currently to the south, vehicles can only exit the campus. And so by creating 2 new points of entry and exit to be able to distribute the amount of traffic. So that's, takes us to this next section about building out into the channel. So Joshua had mentioned that additional footprint that is necessary in order to meet the community needs as well as the industry needs. What that does is that then pushes these piers and extends them further out into what is currently the federally authorized channel. And so we've learned that in order to build within the channel, a portion must be deauthorized through the Water Resources Development Act. And this act requires the completion of a navigation safety risk assessment, which Leslie and others have been involved with. And so over the last few months, we've been very focused on this piece. On the next slide, just to clear up. Yeah, we talked about this, but for folks who may be new to this, just to be clear about what WRDA is and is not. So what it is, it's a biennial legislative process to alter the boundary of the federally authorized channel, and is really the first step to the rest of this process, and to make these lands underwater available. What it does not do is that it doesn't grant approval for the proposed MCT redevelopment project that we just walked through. And it does not substitute or circumvent any other regulatory processes, including environmental review. And so the assessment really evaluates the hazards, traffic impacts and mitigation measures associated with the proposed operations and infrastructure changes. And so there's really two core segments of this assessment. Number one, being stakeholder engagement, understanding the water user community, how they currently use the waterway, and how this proposed redevelopment may impact that, and the mitigations to those risks. And then the second piece to this is the technical due diligence piece. So looking at the project impact on passing vessels, comparing baseline and future risk of accidents, and then finally, being able to take a look at see if it's feasible for ships to safely maneuver into this. And so with the stakeholder engagement piece on the next slide, we have really been supplementing the existing engagement that we've already done with this master plan over the last few months, holding a series of stakeholder workshops. And these sessions were really aimed to understand each group's current operations, the potential impacts of the development. And so I believe on the next slide is a list of all those that we, in addition to the master plan engagement, have been subsequently engaged with. And finally, so here together with all these users, we have identified 4 key risks, and each risk is associated with a mitigation measure. The first being, exposure to the fast currents and the unpredictable current effects. That's something that we've heard from multiple folks. And looking at ways to, in the future, create some sort of waterside and landside safety teams. Deploying those and to be able to kind of act like a school coast guard, so to speak, just to make sure that there's lines of communication, those lines of communication are strengthened. And number 2, a lot of ferry traffic congestion that may then increase. And so here, again, with the line of communication being able to increase schedule coordination between those ferries and the cruise ships and other users as well.
What's an collision?
Yeah, so an collision is when a vessel hits an object. So we looked at 3 kind of types of accidents. Number 1 is collisions, which is vessel to vessel. Collisions are vessels to objects, and then we looked at groundings when ships.
Like a collision, but a ship collision.
It always interests me how this community board teaches me new words.
Yeah, so this has been, a really helpful process for us through this assessment. And it's really helped us better understand really the needs of the water user community. And as part of this master plan and really as stewards of this cruise terminal, we are committed to improving protocols with our partners that have been laid out here and in more detail. And so with that, I'll pass it over to Tara.
Great. So we are at the very beginning, in some ways, step zero of a very robust process. Having completed a master plan, there are several steps up until we actually have a full redeveloped plan. This is kind of where we are right now. The next phase would be enabling clearance that we're talking about WRDA, making sure that we know we can build out into the federally authorized channel and deliver on this on the project that we've conceived of. We then go into schematic design, so that's really when we get into more of the details around what are the materials that are being used, what is the exact location of XYZ element of the public plaza, et cetera. That also has a permitting component related to that, right? So when we are building out into the water, and you see this in all of our waterfront projects, there's a significant permitting process that requires environmental review, that may have a hearing or public comment period associated with that specifically as well. There's obviously also entitlements, which can incorporate environmental reviews and approvals as well. Then going into more detailed design, so that's the more granular elements of things before we then go. So when we think about this project, it will have multiple phases. Phases 1 and 2 would be the removal of piers 90 and 92, and the North Pier build out. Phases 3 through 5 are the Pier 88, 5 replicable South Pier build out, and the full terminal activation. So where we are right now is this piece right here in the master plan and enabling clearance, which is where the WRDA process falls in and what we're really focused on right now. So in a WRDA process, it kicks off with us having preliminary conversations with the Coast Guard as Army Corps to understand what are all the aspects that we need to get there. And NSRA, navigational safety risk assessment being a huge part of that. We work with them to identify who are the right stakeholders here. As we talk to people, incorporate more stakeholders as needed. And so have more or less completed the majority of that technical analysis and stakeholder input, though there's a few things that we're still looking through there. The next big piece here is Senate and Congress submit language to WRDA. So WRDA, as we mentioned, and the last time we were at the community board, is a federal process that happens every 2 years. It's not one that we control, but we do need to make sure that we are well prepared to move through it. So once we have completed the analyses that we have to do, we submit language to Senate and Congress to then introduce. That then kicks off the formal review for the Army Corps and Coast Guard review process, which involves a public comment period. They hold that public comment period, and then following that, WRDA then has to pass through the House and Senate for a vote before then going to the President for being signed into legislation. So all of that needs to happen for us to understand what are the next steps. So, we recognize there's still a lot of questions around specific timelines, when we can deliver shore power, et cetera. And a lot of that is going to be contingent on us understanding this process. And then as we go through design and the different levels of that, we'll be able to understand things like times and process.
Can I ask how politicized is this WRDA process? Like, is there generally endorsements needed from Congress members? I haven't seen that process before.
Yeah, it is a very unique process. And so, as I mentioned, a Congress member and the Senate have to put this language forward. It's always really helpful to be able to show the support or the alignment that the project has.
So it's like letters of endorsement from offices.
Yeah, letters of support.
Sorry, I meant letters of support.
Exactly. So, go to the next slide.
Wait, before you go through that slide.
Yeah.
This is a question I know you won't answer. The question I wanna ask is, what do you think the timeline is? That's the question I don't think you'll answer. The question that I'd like you to answer is, have you all internally got a timeline that you think might happen?
I mean, projects of this size, are complex and it's to your point, it's not, I don't have an exact date of how many years it's gonna take. Right now, I think because we don't know whether we're gonna be able to have this be authorized or not. We can't say, okay, we're gonna deliver a cruise terminal in X years because it is contingent on whether we can get this cycle. If we don't, that's that might be a whole other project, that might be a whole other timeline. So we can't give a year commitment for a commitment at this stage.
So that's not the question I asked, because I knew you would say that, what you just said. But have you all internally developed best and worst case timeline thought? You must have.
I think right now we're focused on the phasing of it, not exactly years, so it's not like we have an idea of how long it takes to build out certain things, because that, again, not the. So we know that this is going to be a process with multiple phases, we don't know how long each of those.
Question I was holding up,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
No, no,
Go on, just a second.
no,
There's
Just the board.
Oh,
I'm sorry, jeez, get out of here.
Just hold,
Yeah.
the final part of the time question is the transfer station, the substation. That can't, I don't know where on this it goes. You originally told us that would happen in 28. That's not gonna happen in 28. Is there any way that you can design the substation to go in before all this is done so that we could have shore power soon?
So, yeah, I'm gonna answer both of your questions a little bit. So the first one, well, as you can expect, it's not a full answer. One of the reasons why we've undertaken this plan is because the conditions of the piers are deteriorating rapidly. And so what we've been doing with the capital funding that's available to us is and Tara mentioned the potential phasing that we're doing. We are continuing to invest in Pier 88 because that's the workhorse pier, that's where the majority of the ships come in right now. So we think that it'll take the life of when that pier would go out of service if we didn't continue to invest in it is shorter than we think it'll take before we get to Pier 88. So we are focusing our capital investments on Pier 88, and you'll see over the next couple of years some investments in Pier 88. We have started to Pier 90s or 92 is already out of service, and we think 90 is not long thereafter. And so we're kind of pulling back investments in Pier 90. So what you're going to see over the next couple of years is we're investing in Pier 88 because we think it's going to take a little while until we get there, but we're not investing in 90. So at 92 and 90 will come out of service first. That allows us to demo those first. We may even wind up with a phasing plan that kind of replaces that north pier first and then takes 88 out and does its south pier. So those are the kinds of timing things that we're thinking about right now. And we're on one hand, we're trying to move as fast as possible, obviously, because time's the enemy. But it's even more so here because we're kind of racing against the clock on the condition of these piers. So that just gives a little bit of sense of timing. On the substation, it's gonna be difficult to build that substation before we do the rest of the pier, especially with the way Josh pointed out where the substation was. That area where the substation is today half land and half in the water. So we have to take on the full project of extending out that shoreline before we could build that substation. What we can do, what we're focused on right now, is one of the first steps in shore power is getting the power from the street out onto the site. And we've been having significant conversations with Con Ed about being able to expedite that. And that's in and of itself, that's a several $1 million project that we're looking to expedite and fund and at least get the power lines conduits onto the site so that when the substation is ready to be built, we can do much of that stuff. So we're trying to take the steps that make sense that we're able to take now first while we're going through all the other things. We're trying to the maximum extent possible. We're trying to move forward on multiple tracks simultaneously without accident.
that last point, is a welcome to hear. We've been hoping you would say that you're already working to get power from 11th Avenue to 12th Avenue.
Yeah, and we've been having conversations with Con Ed. It's not done yet. It's not a done deal yet, but it's a conversation that started.
I thought,
From what you said, you're planning not to close the pier at any point, the terminal at any point?
Our goal would be to, obviously,
You'll build
conditions
build
willing.
92
The idea
first.
would be to start operation, to leave 88 operational while we build the North Pier. And then have cruise ships go over to the North Pier and then take 88 out of service.
That works.
So
and didn't you say in one of the briefings that you've already got funding for that
Here's
first,
$29.
so that, to move the, from
To bring-
inland?
Yeah, to bring energy to the property line.
Right, so as Marty said, we have been a big proponent of getting the first step going
Yes.
regardless of what happens. You know, with the Manhattan Cruise Terminal and the design of it. And what we have been saying this whole time is start that process now, because it doesn't matter what this is gonna look like. I mean, it does for them, but I mean, it's not gonna matter to shore power. We need shore power now. And I believe in one of the briefings or one of the meetings at EDC, they said that they have secured the 20 million? The $20 million that is needed for, if you guys remember the contract with Con Ed, to get I'll say phase one, but step one of that started, which is good news, because that's gonna take long in and
Years
of
and stuff.
itself. So,
Are you gonna force the cruise lines to use the shore?
you mean, sorry, the public is afterwards, but after, it's okay, no, don't feel bad, believe me, don't worry. Well, we're gonna have a very robust conversation after this for sure. So why don't you
Just
continue?
a couple more slides. So, yes, as I mentioned, we are committing $20 million to bring power to the property line as a first step to fully electrify the site, so that is in process.
Oh, did I jump the gun there? Sorry.
Just one place.
Nice work.
You got it done in one slide.
This is a really great example of how
Here,
questions come
quick.
later.
And in addition to that, now that we have this master plan out, we can use that to guide our conversations around the public-private partnerships that are gonna be needed to deliver this. What we are looking to partner with you on is support for WRDA, especially to outline how this plan aligns with the goals set out by the community board and those benefits. We recognize, I'm sure, several elements that we still need to work out with you all, and that will be a part of the process moving forward. And we will certainly be coming back to you frequently and meeting this as desired and as needed to make sure that we're in lockstep with all of those. Contingent on word of passing, that's when EDC, that's when we'll be able to know or to move forward with design, environmental review and other things. So this is just to outline where we're working together, where we are committed and what will happen and later. Great. Yeah, this is open for questions.
Oh, sorry. Why don't we go to the committee first and then Matt?
Great.
Thank you.
So thanks for this presentation. A lot of this is really exciting. So just to clarify on the WRDA process, so it happens once every 2 years. So do we know then when the last time that process happened? Is 2026 the next time when the legislation would be able to be, I guess, enacted to allow this?
Yeah.
So it is looking at the year 2026 to get done.
And it is more or less a year-long process, so I'm starting late this year, or next year.
Okay, I've got a few other,
I'm sorry, but
yeah.
I'm sorry, can you bring back that slide that said what word it does and doesn't do? Just while we're asking the question.
Yeah.
Good answers a lot.
Okay, and then I just had a few follow-up questions that I don't know if you have the answers yet, but I'm curious just about the funding, just in terms of like scale of this project. Like, what are we talking about in terms of just total cost to do this particular project?
Yeah, David, you love that.
It's an expensive project.
Yeah.
It's in the billions of dollars. And, typically when you have projects like these, there's a normal kind of separation of who pays for what that is followed. And that, looking for the public sector to pay for things like pier improvements, building the bulkhead, things like that, and then we'd be looking for the private sector to come in and help pay for the terminal itself and things like that, so those are the costs that, obviously are still very preliminary at this point. We want to start having conversations, as Tara mentioned, with private sector partners to create the partnership and find that appropriate partner. But that's going to be the nature of those discussions is, finding, we've got some money already on the public sector side that we can seed fund with it. We're going to be looking to the city to, increase its contribution to this project. And then we're looking to the private side to cover some.
Give us more than 50 billion, less than 50 billion?
Less than 50 billion.
Okay. More than 10 billion? It's just helpful to get a sense of just scale and sort of, we have so many major projects like the Port Authority bus terminal, just to kind of put it in perspective to some other big projects that are happening in this community. I think it just helps us sort of get grounded and sort of what we're talking about. And then just a few other questions. I'm very curious about the connection to DeWitt Clinton Park. I think that's great in terms of that overpass. Have you engaged the Parks Department on that? Like, how do you see that access point? Is it to the city park or is it to the other side of the sidewalk? I'm just,
Yeah,
if you have any
no,
more
it's a
detail.
great question, and that's a lot of the detail that definitely gets more
Right.
intelligent to get into design and entitlements, would definitely require a lot of coordination with city planning, with parks, and so this is what we've heard and what we want to set out as part of this plan, but all the, the details around those exact.
Okay.
documents will help.
Okay. And then just two other ones, just do you have a sense of, you mentioned there is going to be a place for people to, private vehicles, taxis, well, maybe the taxis won't be there, but the parking. Do you have a sense of how many spaces that would accommodate?
Yeah, so currently on top of every single terminal building, there's rooftop parking, and in total, there's around give or take 900 parking spaces today.
Okay.
Because of the volume that we coming in, we would be looking to increase that, and we're looking at least 1,200 parking spaces. And we're trying to offset, the demand for parking by, as I mentioned earlier, a potential ferry landing to get folks to potentially park elsewhere offsite and be able to take that.
Got it. And then my last question is just, the environmental impact of doing this. And yeah, what would be sort of the process that you all would undertake in order to look at this? What is the environmental impact? What is that study? What is that? Is that something EDC undertakes? Is it?
During construction?
I'm not sure when it would, I'm just curious, what the environmental impact review would look like. And at what stage, I guess, I can't see if it's in one of these phases, but
Yeah,
if you could just
that-
talk a little bit more about that, I was just curious.
Yeah, so that, they're usually, environmental review usually comes into phase 5. There, in these types of projects, there can be things that overlap, right? So when we're in design, there, depending on what we're looking at, there can be permits that do require that level of environmental review. So, while these are the different elements, and it's not like all of this has to happen or another, some of these things might go to put it out. But permits are, especially for in-water construction, are dependent on passing through various reviews that have extensive permits.
Okay. And I guess just, sorry, so the word, is it all or nothing? Or is there a negotiation between, oh, we understand you wanna go out this far into the river, but you can only get this amount? And is that, I don't know, is that a calculus in what you're able to do, or how they make the decision, or is it?
Are you asking about whether?
Yeah, just
Or-
could they come back and say, we agree that you should be given, X amount of feet to go to extend to the Hudson River, but it's not what you're asking. for.
300.
Is that a
not
reality?
600.
Is that a possible scenario, or is it all or nothing?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I think generally the Army Corps is responsible for maintaining the channel itself. In most cases, is happy to give up the responsibility for a certain area. I think the main focus is on the safety aspect of it, and that's where the Army Corps and the Coast Guard goes way in and want to ensure that safety area. So I don't think they would come back. It sounds like we're gonna give you 100 feet and not 600 feet, for example.
But if there's a safety issue, there could be.
There are conversations in terms of them providing the additional feedback, so there's a formal process, and you see that.
Yeah.
The third box there on the top in red, where they provide formal feedback. But that navigation safety risk assessment is meant to essentially take a look at all of that. They're taking a look at that now and providing some commentary on the draft itself, so hopefully we get ahead of that.
Okay, great, I will stop. Thank you.
Good questions, thank you.
Oh, ever first.
If we go back to the mitigation slide, because I think what I really appreciate is last time we had this discussion, we didn't have sort of the identified risk. Like that was still sort of pending, and so I think for us, we were uncomfortable saying that we're, behind this when we had no visibility to that. It's just that was coming. So, in terms of the mitigation measures, like, it sounds like this is incremental costs, like this just doesn't happen. It seems like creating waterside and landside safety teams, that is a job and a cost, right? So who's paying for all of these mitigation efforts? Is that something that will be dovetailed within the operational costs of the? Yeah.
And beyond cost, I think it's important to recognize, like, this is not all within EDC or the cruise,
Cruise
terminal operators.
Yeah.
It's something that is required of a lot of partners. I'm less versed in waterway usage, so defer to all those elements from somebody else. But, it is, I think, in understanding these mitigation measures, though, is important for us to be able to commit to that process. And so being able to have this and is really helpful, not just for us, but what we've heard is, this is one of the first times that we are now having the space for these different stakeholders, for the recreational use. Talking about these things together, so to Jack's point earlier, it's been really helpful for us and also being able to continue this work.
Second question is, and it'll be my last question is, so it sounds like there will never be a time, this is a taxi driver was asking me about this. Oh, there's a city project and this whole thing's gonna be redone. And I think he was thinking like, oh no, is there gonna be any downtime for me in terms of business if the cruise terminal is shut down due to construction? But it sounds like you'll always have, whether it's 88 or 90, 92 at
Right.
any given time.
So I just wanna say, that is how we are hoping to phase it. Obviously, there's a lot of things that can throw that wrench into the works, but our hope is to be able to keep the cruise terminal operational in some capacity throughout the phasing. We've been exploring what it would take to do that. Right now, at this relatively preliminary stage, we think it's feasible to do that. We're gonna keep on trying to go in that direction over the course of all of those steps on that chart that Tara had before, and hopefully we can keep that hope alive, but I don't wanna get ahead of it. We're not promising that that's gonna happen, but that is our intention.
Oh, I had a random suggestion for the parking lot. If we could get electric car chargers in there, when we don't have. Oh, you said that?
No, I didn't, but I say that with everybody.
I know. Yeah.
I thought I saw that.
While.
For the boats. She's saying,
Other cars.
Cars as well,
I thought I saw it in the thing.
Because
It
right
was in there.
now,
Yeah.
like
And all
that
the other
is all in the Yonkers, that's
That was
the closest
it, yeah.
place, but
Right.
it would, if the taxi drivers have to all be electric by 2030, that's like 4 years from now. But they're gonna have to go up there to get cars, so. it
They're
would
gonna be coal
great.
powered vehicles.
This
It is our
It's gonna be
intention.
coal powered.
envisions a fully electrified.
This
But
place is
for
gonna-
private,
Yeah.
private, yes, for taxi
Yeah.
drivers.
Steam
and
powered
cars.
It's cheaper.
yeah,
Great.
We've been having conversations with Conag about the size of the electrical service. We have factored into that electric charging for the vehicle. So
Amazing.
by the way, that could be a money make,
Yeah.
that would be actually money in.
And it's very complimentary to like the terminal operations, right, especially on non-use days.
Exactly.
Like coming off.
Exactly, yeah.
And so they're putting so much power to the site, let's make good use of that.
There's an electric car charger at Penn South on 26th Street.
There's four now,
They will to.
there's four now,
They put them at
yeah. Yeah. I'm so happy you said that, and I didn't have to say that.
Yeah.
Great. Sally and then Sally.
Okay, so I'm tying back into Matt's question, just for clarity. So the understanding is even if you get congressional improvement for the channel, if they say yes in 2026 and the environmental review comes back and says, no, you can't do this because of this, that, and the other environmental impact, it's not gonna happen, even if they get an improvement. So that will follow, right? So they go-
Exactly, they're not happening concurrently, where the process has to happen concurrent, and it is usually, I mean, WORDA is more focused on the navigation aspect. Is why the assessments required are purely about, are primarily about safety, navigation risk. Environmental comes later, so WORDA happens, it's not to say that this project is going into construction.
Just, okay, so to follow up on that question, I think this came up before, and I think part of my understanding for expanding the length of the piers is because the boats are getting so big. And we can't accommodate them on these little piers. But I think it was at the last meeting, what percentage of ocean liners surpass that length? I thought it was like really, really few, like, I'm just making up a number, 1 in 100. I mean, these gigantic boats that can't fit in the current structure, how many are there?
So currently, there are just a few, but it's in the same way that they built the terminal in the 1930s to last 90+ years. We're trying to get ahead of what potential the industry may have in moving toward larger cruise ships. So we may see a larger percentage of those vessels in the overall global cruise fleet. It's hard for us to say 100% because some lines, we'll say that the destination is the ship, right? And so they're gonna build these massive vessels. Other cruise lines, it's not about that, right? And so you see some lines that aren't building huge ships, in fact, they've gone back in terms of capacity. So we're really just trying to make sure we future-proof the terminal for those sizes of vessels. There are vessels out there today. They call for example, the Caribbean's Icon class and Oasis class vessels that are upwards of 6,000, 7,000 passengers a pop. So they're out there. And it's just a massive.
So the idea is the trend is that you feel the trend could very possibly go to the larger and the larger and the larger. So you're betting on the trend for the need and build these out to that size.
And the challenge too, or the understanding is generally New York City isn't being driven by the largest of the ships that are in the fleet. A lot of those vessels are in Miami and Fort Lauderdale. So we never expect additional local fleets. The industry assumes that just the vessel is somewhere on the horizon. We don't anticipate that coming to New York City. It really has to do with the economies of scale, the amount of fuel that's necessary to get shipped from New York City to your first destination of interest, right? And so that's why we will expect to see those the biggest ships.
We have
Thank you.
some visibility into like what's coming down the pipe because it takes, you can imagine, it takes a couple of years to build a cruise ship. So we know what has been ordered already to be built over the next couple of years. So we know that in addition to the handful that John mentioned that are already operational, there are more that are being built as we speak. So there are more.
So this is still not gonna handle Pegasus, these are more the midline cruise ships. Middle big,
Yeah.
okay. Sarah, and
Yeah, just a quick follow-up on my word question before. So again, like, do you see it as for typical projects that, have letters of support, get a handful from the local community? Again, is there like nitpicking of that, or if you get, a handful of letters of support, it's sort of like a check the box, or again, is this a more does this become a more political process than that?
Yeah, it is a political process. It's not like if we get 10 versus 3 letters and that's going to make, pass it one way or another. Our perspective is that we want to demonstrate the ways in which is aligning with the different needs that we are balancing in this project, and to be able to do that in as extensive as we possibly can is not fun.
I mean, is there any other sort of like political strategy here that you need support on besides just like letters of support? I mean, just to make sure that like that doesn't stop this process.
Yeah, I mean,
doesn't hurt for to expand the range, which, you know, we're talking to, like, on the particular committee chairs and congress, like, that's what.
Yeah, so, I'll just tell, so,
Okay,
so I'll just tell you, this is what's gonna happen. It's Jerry Nadler's office.
it's just the one.
That's it.
Okay,
It's through him,
There's
and
strong
he's
deference.
yay or nay, I mean, they could go to other Congress, men, women on that committee. But since it's Jerry's district, he's on the committee, I mean, it really has to navigate through him.
okay.
Am I
so it's
wrong
just
on that, or?
Yeah, there's definitely.
Alder.
So,
I would also add there is like a house portion and there is also some, been working with both sides. Okay, there's strong deference to local things. Okay. And then just quick environmental, is this gonna go through a state environmental process or city, like, what do you guys anticipate then?
They were anticipating city process, but I don't know we're sure.
Okay, okay.
alright,
I'm super happy to hear you guys are gonna utilize solar power. And I was wondering, since you're anticipating a million people coming through the terminal, are you going to have discussion of potentially harvesting the human energy? Some countries in Europe have built into the sidewalks as you walk, collects your footprint onto the concrete, and then disperses energy collected in the barrels. So that's something you guys would consider as well, add to your further energy?
Yes, that's a great question, and, you know, I think those are the types of details that are definitely part of the more detailed design aspect. As part of this master plan, we've heard calls for sustainable energy and want that to be an objective that goes into every possible element that we possibly can. So that would be something that you can consider, but we don't have that level of detail. Personally, I say I would do that. Like to see that here, like I've seen it being done in other places in Europe and it's very, very inspiring.
We'll raise that again when you get the opportunity.
anyone else in the room, because we do have some board members that are online, so I just wanna. Okay, Roberta, I see your hands up.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. One question I had outstanding was whether there is an anticipated amount of cruise volume and when that would occur. So I guess the answer may be this is so preliminary, we cannot answer this. If that is the case, firstly, what is like the volume today? I think we kind of know, but if you have like that answer, that would be helpful. And then I assume that if you were increasing the capacity of the terminal, you are then increasing the ability for ships to come, and so that the projected amount of time in which a terminal would be occupied would potentially be somewhere between the same but probably slightly greater than what it is today. So I was trying to see if we have any information as to like what that projected capacity could be. And the reason I ask is, there are potential benefits to having that space open, but I think the question is just like, how often will that public space be available when cruise ships are not docked?
Currently, we have about 700,000 throughput that we see in Manhattan.
That's passengers.
Passengers coming through, and you can easily double or triple, but again, there's seasonality involved, and bigger ships can hit those numbers by not having X number of calls. So it necessarily does not mean we'll see a lot more calls. We definitely see an increase. We average about, I say, close to 200 calls, and I can see that going up to 350 to 400. But again, it'll be 3 berths, and the seasonality, Jan to say May, we may have 1 or 2 ships every week, and then it picks up, and then October it slows down again. So you have that same seasonality because it's not just leaving from Manhattan, it's where they go also. There's a key factor in how many calls we're gonna see, and plus we we don't anticipate it's gonna be all big ships, there could be small ships, existing book of business may continue calling Manhattan. Also, availability of the port of calls comes into play, where they go next. So there's a lot of factors that come into play, but we will see uptake in the call. That is what we expect and hope to see will happen, but there will be a lot of days where there will be no ships. I can almost guarantee that. It's not gonna be ship every day because of the seasonality and the weather and etc.
But during the season, every day there'll be shipped.
We hope so, yeah. That'd be the expectation.
So every day, not just weekends, so every day you figure.
No, every day,
Yeah,
it'd be
just
like,
like, you know,
I'd say
one
Saturday,
idea.
Sundays being the top,
Right.
where we can see 2 ships, and then over the week, maybe 1 or 2 ships here and there.
Yeah, I was saying, you know, at this point, we're still trying to build a cruise terminal, so we don't have exactly an idea of what that they look like from like a business standpoint. But to the second part of your question, Roberta, around whether you tax the terminal, as Jackie mentioned, there are elements of this plan that enable for someone to walk out to a ship, even if they're not boarding. So the idea is instead of shutting down the cruise terminal entirely, there are elements you can still experience and access the bus.
Anything else, Roberta, or?
No, that's helpful. I do understand a lot of it is preliminary, but I feel like I likely speak for the committee. I think that there is definitely a desire to have more of that that space usable outdoors in the warmer months where there's recreation. And I do understand that there's like an inherent potential tension there, but to the extent that programming can occur in that way, or that's something that can be factored in, that would be feedback that I think I don't want to obviously speak for out of turn, but I do think that probably more time with more open space is probably a value of members of the community.
Thank you, Roberta. Brad?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I mean, it's beautiful to see some consideration regarding building a new terminal. I just got a couple points. You know, I know it was said earlier by one of the presenters that, you know, they're looking into the future. And I just want everybody in the room to picture this, right? 20 years from now, there is going to be drones. They're not going to be cars. And this is now a big public terminal, billions and billions of dollars. The West Side in our community always was a transportation hub. And I feel we can incorporate some revenue or some portion dedicated to that, because this is a transportation hub. It's just not a ship terminal. You see it. It looks like an airport. And it's now going to have the transportation in and transportation out. And you just heard them say Friday and Saturday are our main days. But it could be very well in the future that there's a ship that pulls in that could take the drones on top and then get rid of the commerce coming out on and off. I mean, I really think we need to incorporate that into not just a terminal for visitors. You know, I think there's more, and that also going to help bring in the revenue when they say public and private partnership. So I really do think that needs to be considered. I mean, it's great that we're talking about electric plugins on the roof, but, you know, that's kind of irrelevant to the bigger over issue that we have and that we need to be looking at. So I think that's one critical component, Chair, I'd like to get on the table. And then the other one is simply the fact that this could take 18 years, 15 years, and we are getting dumped on in the pollution. And it's great, and I know our board has been pushing for this 20 million to start, but it is completely and utterly unacceptable for them not to be installing, with their capital budget now, temp power. That is absolutely has not been pushed, in my eyes, on their part. It's always the excuse of we don't have the room, we don't have it now. The reality is we are getting dumped on with their pollution, And they need to solve it while we're waiting for this. And as they take money away from the other piers, because they're focusing on 88, that money should be forced on putting in some temp shore power, which they have all over the world. They have temp shore power installed. So I really would like to make those 2 points. I love the plan. I love the public park underneath. I don't think we discussed the height of anything and any of that, but I really think they took in a lot of our considerations. So I'm very excited for this project. And those are my 2 main points. Oh, and also, when you go to deauthorization an area, does that then make the site not instead of a union into a non-union workplace?
No, deauthorization is just about what is within the Army Corps' provision of a federal channel. It is purely about the navigational aspect. It's not about the.
And will the terminal be operated union or non-union?
So currently ILA labor is what is used at the terminal. That would definitely be the case moving forward. We would absolutely want to make sure that we're using union labor as it is required for generic setup.
I think that wasn't clear to me. Is it going to be non-union or union? We don't know.
For the International Longshoremen Association union, yes, in terms of other unions for construction, that would be determined later in the process.
No, I get that. Construction's one comment. I'm just talking about when it's operating, like JFK. You have union workers at JFK, you have some non-union. I'm just wondering, that's what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
No change. ILA.
But you said the building of it might not be union.
It's more just that we don't like.
Right.
That happens
Right.
later.
What do you mean?
In the sense like right now, you know.
When they are the contract.
In terms of contracting, it's a contracting, yes.
I mean, you don't have to answer now. I mean, obviously you're looking at it. And then, Madam Chair, I've got one other item. I know we've voted out casinos in our neighborhood, but there's a casino on every ship. And I'm just curious in the future, could they put a big ship there that's mainly a casino that pulls up and parks there on the off days when it's you know what I mean? It's a place you come, you get on the boat. They have that in Illinois. They've got them all over the country where it's a ship and they come in there. It's a casino. They unhook, they sit there, and then they depart. They hook back up. So I'm wondering. I mean, I'm for casinos, so I'm just wondering. But the board should maybe have some language if we're against that. But I do think because this is going to be a money grab to pay for this, and I'm open to everything, but I just think that's maybe we should put that in one of our considerations.
Yeah, there is already a law in place that prevents cruise ships to operate casino once they are in 12 nautical miles. And that applies not just to casino, it applies to gift shops and any merchandise sale on board. That is to protect the local stores, etc. Ships are allowed to sell beverages on board when they're in US territory, but they also pay what is known as an IRG tax directly to the IRS for those utilization of alcohol and beverages on board.
Oh, I understand that. What I'm trying to get at is this is a reimagining of what's going to happen here. And for us not to consider that, just because to say, well, that cruise ship can't do it, but they're going to be an entity that gets a lease to come in on Tuesdays through Fridays and has a casino there. So I just think in our language, if we don't want something like that, we should make that clear. Because you're going to be cutting different deals for different portions of this pier. So I just think something we should consider.
Yeah, it's not. currently-
Again, this is a long-term look at things. Thank you.
Thank you, Brad. Katie?
Hi, thank you for the presentation. Just a few things to clarify. So all of the waterfront space that currently is at the cruise terminal, for the most part, will now become publicly accessible because the terminal itself is elevated?
Yes.
Okay.
She said yes, if you didn't hear that.
Okay, so then the space that would be available when ships aren't there is just the actual ground level of the pier, or whatever level of the pier people like would it be the apron side?
It would be the ground level of the piers, it would be that walkway on top of the concourse, it would be those terraces, like the entire site would be opened up. Of course, when
Okay.
there's cruise ships in and they're provisioning vehicles, that's when like the piers themselves may be closed up.
Okay, so the area of the rooftops of the terminals that go out over the pier that looks to be green, that area would only be open to the public when cruise ships are not in port?
No, it would be open always.
Yeah.
Okay,
So there's,
so
there's, there's
so
three levels. There's three levels. There's the actual pier deck itself. There's the interior of those walkways, and then there's the rooftop of those walkways. The
Okay.
pier deck itself is only open when cruise ships are not in there. The interior of the walkways are always exclusively for passengers of the ship, and the rooftop of the walkways is always publicly accessible.
Okay, perfect. So it's mostly the exterior space that we would have access to. And though, to kind of go to Brad's point about drones, I have listened to him talk about drones since I've started attending these meetings in 2018. With the Blue Highway possibilities that I think were mentioned for Pier 92, it does make a lot of sense to potentially utilize some of that roof space, or have plans to utilize some of that roof space in the future for stuff like that. And I'm going to throw it out there. It'll probably be hated, but we want to make the helipad on 30th Street disappear. Could it go to the roof of a pier out on the water? That would also kind of, take a helicopter to the cruise terminal. Is it a lesser of two evils? Maybe.
Yeah, let's bring the noise to Hell's Kitchen.
Well, I mean, listen, I'm not, at the end of the day, you have to sacrifice something for something else. Nothing is perfect. But I think, depending how far out that structure actually goes on the pier, I think it would make sense to just kind of look into if you would have to change the way it's built to support, a helicopter landing on it, or because I thought potentially it was going to be putting a barge and having a barge out, so this is almost the same thing as having a barge. So just something to kind of look into. And it sounds like electric helicopters are also a thing, and they'll need a place to charge. I don't know that electric helicopters will have the power to charge out of the heliport down on 30th Street. So I've joined Brad's drone crew now.
Thanks, Katie. Brad, is your hand up from before, or do you have something else?
Well, Katie, that's great to hear, but you're joining the rest of the world with me in regarding our new transportation and what it's going to happen. We are an island. We have a great opportunity that EDC has brought here for us. I don't call it a cruise terminal. I call it a transportation hub. And that could be really looked at, expanding this and looking at it in just both ways. We have to do a few things on this pier. And I just want to say, we got congestion with pricing, and yet we have cruise ships polluting. So that needs to be up at the forefront while we're waiting for this great project. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeffrey.
Just a quick comment. To Brad and Katie's point, absent the drones, I would encourage you to try and incorporate plans that really make this a transportation hub. And if we have a blue highway and there's ways to deliver integral components to the citizens that live in Hell's Kitchen by utilizing this multiple days a week and not just for cruising, I would strongly encourage you to explore that.
Yeah.
Just one other question. So as it relates to other parks in the neighborhood, Hudson River Park Trust, currently you all contribute like 20% of revenue contribution to the park. Is that something that you are going to maintain moving forward? How is that worked into this redevelopment plan?
So, the original deal was 20% of revenues. I think, there's currently there has been some reports. It's not exactly that, it's more of that fixed schedule we're building up. This obviously is going to increase the amount of, if this plan comes into fruition, then there's a lot more throughput of passengers that would come through, and that would have a lot more revenue, and that would allow us to significantly increase the contribution to Hudson River Park. We've begun conversations with them to talk about what their appropriate structure is for that going forward. The intention is there will be a payment from this facility to Hudson River Park that continues. The specific nature of that payment, since it's gonna be such a different facility than it was when that original deal was first envisioned, is a conversation that we're in the middle of having.
Okay, I think it's important that we, you know, if we're gonna be on the record with any letter, that we make sure that Hudson River Park, you know, is part of this. You know, that there's a benefit that comes to our local park that's been there, and if they can maintain that, I would recommend that we.
I think they have to, for sure. They have to do
All right, I would
100%,
like to make
and
sure
it's
that
gonna be in the letter as well.
Okay, great.
I think that's a great point, because
Yeah, please,
it'll be, yeah.
stay, yeah.
Anyone else? No? Okay, I have some questions. Okay, so you said, and I'm sorry, this might be a little long, but, so there's about 1 million travelers each year now, you said. right?
Around 700,000.
Around, oh, okay, because it said 1 million on the.
I think the peak.
1 million in peak 2000.
So is it 700,000, is it 1 million, is it, what is it?
It ranges between those two numbers.
Yeah. It fluctuates each year between 700,000.
Okay, and I know this was asked, but what is the projection of how many more? I know you said you didn't know, but how many more will be there, will be coming in then?
For next year or?
No, with this.
Generally, I mean, the larger cruise ships are staying around like 5,000 passengers per call, so that's,
So from about 1 million to what, about,
I don't know if we have an exact.
well, if we
Year.
scale up, or what would we do if we scale up? According to the,
We can get back to you with an exact.
okay. And then you said it was about, you estimate about $500 million in economic activity annual. Right, currently,
Yes.
so what is the projection with this?
That would kind of go back to your first question, because that number is based on a per passenger expenditure. So as the number of passengers grows, that would just multiply by that per passenger expenditure. So it's the same question.
No, it's not, because, so. It's the economic activity that.
No,
the
the
whole
whole percentage of the economic activity is based on the number of passengers.
I understand, but I mean, if you're planning for bigger ships, right? And you know how many passengers are on those bigger ships, they're like the big mid, as you said, right? I mean, this is just a simple kind of cursory equation.
Right, but what I'm saying
Go ahead.
is we didn't have, we don't have the number for you of how many passengers we have, but we do have, Jackie had mentioned that per passenger expenditure is about $600 per passenger. So when we were able to give you the, so that 500 million right now is based on 600 times 700,000 passengers, right? That's basically gets you about
Right.
right now. So when we have the number of passengers for you, you just take that number and multiply by the 600 per
Right.
passenger, and that would be the.
Alright, okay, I would think that would be a no, how many passengers are coming in would be top of the list if you're doing a plan like that, so we know how many passengers are coming in, but, okay. And I'm glad you mentioned the 20% for Hudson River Park Trust, because I was here, so they'll be getting a big bump, obviously, as well, because that, your ties there. Okay, so, I wanna go through the process, has there been a traffic study?
So a traffic study comes later on in this process. So up until, well, to catch up until this point, our understanding of how much space for roadways for the network is based off of standard practices and understanding around transportation as, you know, how big is a car, a truck, et cetera, in terms of like volumes and how to actually get to the specifics around how to angle the roadways, et cetera, later on. Design.
Where in that process is that? I'm just curious.
I don't know.
These part of your EIS, yeah.
So around.
Submit by 5, yeah.
So. So that would come after the schematic design?
They're not necessarily sequential,
Yeah.
there will be some overlap in that. So no, you would necessarily start that schematic design without some traffic. Visual.
Okay, because I think to Matt's point earlier, with the conflict with the paths and the vehicles that are going to either service the ships or coming in to the ships, we would want to know how that works before that, wouldn't we?
Yeah, and we mentioned this earlier, a little bit of like, these are the different components, it is not to say that one part of this has to be fully baked before we go to another, there will be overlap.
Okay, and how are you guys coordinating with the state's Route 9A study?
Yeah, we're coordinating them with them, I think we were at their most recent public engagement, or not public engagement, coordination between, to understand what our plans are versus theirs. We're all in very preliminary aspect, but we're coordinating closely with city DOT and state DOT.
Okay, and we talk a lot about the rec users. Has there been a recreational river users study?
The recreational users, we had a specific workshop with them as part of the navigational safety risk assessment. We've also had conversations with them as well as the commercial. If you're talking about like a specific study about them, no, but the navigational safety risk assessment takes a look at all of the different stakeholders, including.
But I mean, I'm a little unsure of how it could be looked at without having a study of it, right? I mean, this to me seems like a very quick, timeline, right? We all know it's a shortened timeline, and if we were going to do the proper timeline, then it would be the recreational users would be done probably during, let's say, I don't know, April to September. And that would be, but since we passed that, we're not even studying the rec users, right?
I'm not sure what you.
The recreational users
I
that
know
use
about a
the,
study that does what?
how they use it, where they go.
So the navigational study, yeah, so the navigational study, what it includes is it includes accounts of all the trips that are taken by each sector of ships, including it's sorted out by recreational users also. So that study includes mapping out what the routes are that every ship that has gone by there has taken.
Right.
To understand how they've gone and also to project how they would be impacted by this change in geometry that we're talking about here. And it also included, as Tyra mentioned, significant outreach to the recreational community to have them give them feedback that would be included as well.
No, I understand that because I've been part of, thank you, I've been part of those meetings, that's great. I just didn't know if there was some sort of recreational user study that would
Yeah.
be part of the process, but because of the timeline, I don't know if that's even possible.
So as part of the technical due diligence, so these three bullets actually contain three specific types of studies. That we're less of like a stakeholder, we want to hear from you, this is more of the modeling of what our understanding is of activity currently, what that would be projected to be, thinking about the cruise ships and the type of cruise ships that we understand are online, how would that interact? There is definitely a lot more information on this that will be part of that final navigation safety risk assessment report. We have two preliminary understandings, but are still working on some things. But there was a lot of work that went into this that did a lot of that technical studies of not just recreational users, or they were all part of this, but of all the different users of the platforms.
So this navigational safety risk assessment, and I think you've done a really good job, like reaching out to all these recreational users and what, do we get a report on all of your findings of all these meetings that you're having, you know what I mean? Of what, I know you had little things like, strengthening line of communication, but doesn't say how or what, or, but is there going to be some sort of report of what this navigational safety risk assessment produces or your conclusions?
Yes.
It'll be a publicly available report.
When is that? When do you project that?
So you're trying to wrap it up and.
I mean, because it's hard to write a letter, you know what I mean? Like, we're just trying to get all the information so we can incorporate it in a letter.
Absolutely,
So,
we do have, we didn't go into as much of that detail now, there are some appendix slides here that kind of go into what we understand. It's very technical. But.
To your point about the recreational users though, like, we knew early on in this process, when you look at the analysis and the data that's available, and we're looking at AIS data here. There is a gap in that data for human powered voters. And that's why it was very important to us as part of this assessment that we have a robust data feature specifically with that. So we make sure. The reason why there isn't any data to it is because there's no like GPS device connected to a kayak or like a jet ski that goes out into the waterway. And so our attempt to capture that information and understand how those users are using the waterway is by doing so.
Right, no, definitely, and I think the average has been great, I've been there and I've listened to, and we have some people here who are recreational users, which is helpful. It would be, I think, very helpful though to find out, like, if it was synthesized of what these, meetings have produced. Because if we're the community board and we're going to represent the community, we say, okay, this is this date, this date, this date, this is what they want, and this is what we're advocating for, but I feel like we can't do that in a letter only because we don't have those conclusions yet. I mean, I think you have them, but you're trying to maybe put them all in.
There will be some time if we have that fully baked report, if those are concerns that you want to make sure that are considered in your letter, that can definitely be something that is a conditional of X, Y, and Z. This is an ongoing process and there will bound to be more and more details that come out over, this entire timeline, so happy to if there are certain things that you don't have the answers yet, lay those out and that will be part of the dialogue.
Okay, yeah, because we definitely want to protect some of their requests, or, or advocate for those requests and to include that. So getting back to the word, I'm just curious, you said you were in contact with the US Army Corps of Engineers and the Coast Guard. What are their conclusions? What are their, like, what is their?
Their formal conclusions come out in this formal review process. We engage them at the beginning of going through this NSRA. When we're launching this process, we met with them just to give a preliminary update of where we are. And, they're supportive of us moving through this process, doing that, but that formal decree of their position happens later.
Okay, so that's another thing I'm a little bit concerned about, because no one here has any expertise in federal waterways, right? We would obviously defer to the Coast Guard, the US Army Corps of Engineers, and for us to say, open up those water, we have I would like to see what the US Coast Guard says, or what, so we have no hint of what if they have any concern.
We can't speak on their behalf, again, that formal, sorry, my computer just died, but that formal, decree of what their position is comes later. Again, like, I think that's something that we can definitely put as contingent on this review. We are supportive of this. I think it's still really helpful to outline the priorities that you all have, that this delivers on. Because we definitely, more to come through this process and you get a lot of those happening.
Okay, does Janine have the slideshow?
Yes.
Janine, can you put up the slideshow when you get a chance, please, just in case someone in the public is gonna talk and they have questions, okay, because going back to the Wordo process, I just think, we can talk about this as a committee, I just don't envision us saying we approve Wordo or we don't approve Wordo, because we have absolutely no reference of any expertise.
Yeah,
This is what we talked about a few months ago, the expert.
And there's a Wordo process to determine whether it is approved or not, I think that.
I say, I'm sorry, but could it be, I'm just thinking, could it be two letters, but because nothing can happen without word, without them getting word, nothing at all. Everything we're all discussing can't happen unless they get one. So if we just give them support to go to the word process, right? And if they get that, then we can now then opine on every little detail and have another letter as they go through the rest of the process. I feel we're in the same spot we were last meeting, so they just want to get to word.
Well, they can do that without us.
But I think what they're looking for is the letters of support to get to word.
Right.
Not mostly on the whole terminal process, unless I'm wrong. We certainly don't have that time.
Or contingent upon approval of the risk assessment and all these other steps, but I mean,
Have two
we
cents,
can hold this conversation.
No?
Yeah,
If the Army Corps says that it doesn't work, we're not gonna.
That's not gonna
We're not
And
gonna.
none of the things
You
happen,
don't have,
doesn't matter.
there's not gonna be a process where the Army Corps says,
So
we're spending a lot
let
of
me
money.
ask you a
CB4 said they liked it, so we're gonna do it.
I just-
That's not how.
right, I just, we can talk about this during or definitely talk about it during our letter writing process. But let's liken the water process as a permit process.
Yeah.
It's a permit process. And we never, like, so say, we talk about the plan and we talk about the bike lane, we talk about this. But if someone was building a building and they had to go to DOB and get a permit to do gas pipes, let's just say, or whatever, right? We, the community board would never comment and send a letter to DOB saying, give them their gas pipes. It's a permit process and that's their process. And that's, and they do that. So this is, I liken that. It's very, very similar. It's a permit process that they have to go through
But it doesn't
independently.
give them the ability to continue the project if they get.
Right.
It
It
just
doesn't give them the ability to continue the
if they get
project.
the permit.
Hold on, immediately. It could take another year or two. And it also doesn't continue for them to go the project in this fashion. They might have to redesign or something else.
Of which we have input during that time.
Right.
Yes.
As I think she mentioned before, it's a little bit different than a permit for a gas line because it is a political process, right? So the letter that we're
Right.
asking you to write is a letter to the local congressman saying, please put this forward. And then there will be a
Right.
technical process afterwards, right? So-
Right.
That whole thing, we can
Yeah.
address all the issues that we have.
I liken it more towards what we did around Pier 76, which was, we sort of grant this, giving them sort of the flexibility, like, we didn't have the plans, we didn't know what they were gonna build on that pier. But we allowed for the greatest amount of flexibility to allow those different ideas to come into play. And then it allowed them to kind of assess the feasibility of this. So that's how I kind of see this, not so much as a permitting process, but let's allow the flexibility here to allow the process to proceed to the next steps.
Right, we could talk about it during, I have more questions, we could
Yeah.
definitely talk about it during our letter writing, for sure. Janine, can you go to the slide, I don't know if you know what it is, maybe you guys know the number of the process in like the timeline, might be at the end, right? You know that.
I know that. We'll see if it's assignment.
That one, yeah, so. Something that I'm just curious and concerns me. Schematic design, so this is the last time that the public, the public weighs in on this design, or, the schematic design is pretty quick.
The public will
Is
be
that
of everything. So schematic design is, I guess, is more akin to like a little bit more detail than this. The detailed design here is when we get more into like the more granular. I don't know if that's that.
Right, so schematic design is after you work out all the kinks, right, and nothing major is changing. I mean, in city jargon, that's what it is usually.
There's still a lot to work through. I would say it's kind of like. The schematic design informs a lot of the permits, right? So it's like, okay, this is the structure of this pier, right? That's gonna inform what the environmental impact study section would be. Those are kind of the dialogue. There's different levels of schematic design that kind of correspond to different touch points with the different other state entities that we're coordinating with.
So can we request another public meeting before we get to schematic design?
Oh, there would absolutely be a
Okay.
lot more public engagement with all of these steps. This is not the last time in this.
Okay, and well, I mean, I was gonna get to this later, but one of our kind of must do requests is that from really after this meeting, but from step one, well, we're at step one, but that we have a working group. And the working group, and we talked about this before, that the working group meets bi-weekly as we go through this process. Sometimes it wouldn't meet everybody, but you know what I mean? Like the Port Authority working group.
No, we definitely wanna be coordinating closely with all of you. Happy to talk through what that looks like in that format, et cetera, but you know, if that's something to normalize the learn. Well,
The cost, and you mentioned this, can you just give me a ballpark figure of the percent, like what public versus private you're looking at and what the private money is dependent on? Meaning like, are they asking for, you must have this big of a cruise, is it, or like?
Right, so the conversations with potential private operators are very preliminary at this point. Our estimates, very preliminary cost estimates of what it costs to do the kind of deck and down cost versus the terminal going up. That's roughly 50-50 on that, in that perspective.
Okay.
We're gonna be pushing through our negotiations to get the private sector to pay for as much of it as possible. And that's gonna be, kind of a multi-variable game of chess where it's gonna impact the investment to the site and the fees that are paid and the fees that they can pass along to the cruise up to the passengers. It's gonna be, there's gonna be a lot of factors that go into that. But, our goal as the city is always to maximize the private investment with our public sector leverage.
Okay. Thank you.
Private sector is the cruise industry.
Yeah.
And I'm guessing Ports of America too. Is it all-
Marty, there could be a lot more than that as well, but I have my hand up. I'll wait.
Yeah. Also, Janine, can you go back to there was a shot of all of them, one that shows 92. Because we didn't really talk about 92, and I think that's a very important piece of this. Maybe.
Yeah, that's.
Oh, you can go back. I think it was like the sketch. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
So can you just elaborate on your 92, and I bring it up, and because. And this is bringing something else in, but it was a little bit of a curveball for us. That you and City DOT released this pilot blue highway plan. And one of the pilot locations is 79, which is.
Yeah.
I don't wanna get that into this right now, because that's another presentation. But I think we were a little taken aback that we've been talking with you guys with this man, who's terminal for a while, and then when that came public, no one even came to any of our committee, no one even went to transportation, no one went to CB4, it was just a plan, and we were shocked, we're like, oh my gosh, we had no idea that there was going to be a pilot, and when we asked for a presentation, we've been trying to, and I understand there's two pieces, it's you and DOT, so it's hard to get agencies together.
Yeah.
But in that plan, Pier 92 was identified as a future point of that plan. So can you just talk to us about Pier 92 so we know?
Yeah, no, I
what's going
appreciate
on
the question. So, the kind of Leslie's referring to is the Blue Highways Action Plan. This is a citywide look at what the future of Blue Highways is. Over the past even 3 to 5 years, we've accelerated Blue Highways more than we have in the past.
I'm sorry, can you just a little brief thing about Blue Highway?
Yeah,
I'm new to the,
appreciate that,
maybe
yeah.
everybody else knows, but
No,
Thank
it's
you.
good.
okay,
Blue Highways.
I'm assuming it's freight via water, but.
It's a lot of paint in the middle of 95.
Yeah.
It's great via watering, so that can look like, transferring, instead of something going on an Amazon truck between New Jersey and New York, it's going on a barge. It means, a variety of different scales, right? It could be as small as a tiny, a box of beer or an individual package. It could be larger aggregates, but it's anything that's using the waters instead of trucks. So, over the past many decades, we've been working to advance Blue Highways, but especially in the last few years, we've secured funding for the Brooklyn Marine Terminal, Hunts Point, sites that are major truck dependent sites that we want to start using Blue Highways, activating them. We've identified a couple sites throughout the city. Downtown Skyport is one of them, where we're building out a Blue Highway nodes that goods can transfer onto, let's say, cargo bike or something like that to make that final pilot. And so EDC and DOT have really been the thought partners here leading on this effort. DOT more on the policy side, EDC more on the infrastructure activation investment side of things. So the Blue Highways Action Plan is to look at what is happening throughout the city, what does the future look like? And as a way to really articulate all the different pieces coming together. Beyond the infrastructure, EDC also will help private companies
connect to test their pilots, right? We can't expect the Amazons and FedExes to all of a sudden start using blue highways if we haven't tested these.
Is it just small as that, or could a container from Port of Newark be shipped over the water to that spot and offloaded? From a container ship? I'm just curious.
Yeah, so it wouldn't be a container over here at Pier 92.
Nothing.
It would have to, it would have to, the side, a barge that would hold the container is not this level size ship that we're talking about coming in here. It's a much smaller ship, so there would have to be, that container would have to be processed or broken down into smaller pallets. And then it's a ferry size ship that we're talking about, not a kind of.
Yeah.
Okay.
So a few years ago, we released RFEIs under an RFEI is a request. This is when we go out to the private sector and say, tell us what you're interested in so that it can help our policy planning efforts. In that RFEI, we heard about various sites that are of interest. The west side Manhattan here is an area of interest because it's, you know, a critical connection to New Jersey and a critical point for trucks not to be here, but that going between barge and cargo light or something like that. So Pier 92 and Emer was specifically called out in that RFEI, which is why, you know, as we think about how to activate this into, Brad, as you called it, a multimodal transport hub, we were thinking about beyond just cruise terminals, having some, you know, an electric charging station here for vessels is really key to support the greater Blue Highway network. Now, when we talk about Pier 92 as the site for Blue Highway, in the Blue Highway Action Plan, it was more because we heard that as a site of interest. For this master plan, though, we don't have exact points where we're saying, okay, this is going to be the exact type of Blue Highway usage, and it's gonna be a cargo bike or this level of transfer, but we do know that this is an area that can really connect to the greater network of electric vessels and supporting that maritime activation. Now, the Pier 76 pilot, that is a partnership between New York Waterways and Dutch X. What they are doing, and I think it's not pretty soon, if not today, is a pilot to test out the connections between Brooklyn and Manhattan for that kind of Blue Highway connection. It's going to be one action every day, but that's not to expect that there's gonna be a lot of cargo bikes and barges that begin and out. It's probably one that passes with that test this out. And pilots are really important for us to understand what is working and what is not working, so we can support, you know, the right policy measures and activations to build this and not try to fit, is the expression of square peg in a round hole. So, that is what Leslie wrote.
So, I mean, we have been definitely on the record as being supportive of a Blue Highway infrastructure and that whole philosophy. I think those specifically when it comes to logistics, that there are many concerns. And I know, Matt, you said about the vehicles coming in. Well, I think some of us are more scared about all these cargo bikes now and where are they going?
That's another area.
Where are, you know, there's no plan on the other side. And not just for Sunday, I'm talking about for this, and no, this is way down the line, so you'll probably maybe get out kinks there and know how to apply it here for sure. But that is a big concern, and also considering there are none of those electric bikes or those bikes are allowed on Hudson River Park, on the Greenway, which I know Hudson River Park Trust is very concerned about as well. So I think that's an element that we kind of still have to see how the pilots go.
For sure,
But
and that's why within this plan, we have not explicitly outlined areas that cargo bike is using, things like that. We know that electric charging for vessels is something that's really important here, which is why we call that out, but anything else would, you know, would probably clarify itself later.
We tried to get Gateway to bring concrete in over the water, which they did not do. Get those trucks off the streets. So we've been concerned about water delivery of materials for a while.
Yeah, I just have a few more, the overpass. When we saw one of your early, I think it was one of your early, either it was an example or it was a sketch that you showed early on, that it was fairly wide. It wasn't like this one little overpass, like a walker overpass. You could put bikes on there, you could sit there. It was similar, I mean, not exactly similar, but kind of like to the riverbank, like that was called that Park. There's a little bit. Like, okay, so what is your vision for the overpass and, I mean, that, cause that's gonna be, I think, a extremely tough element to navigate.
Yeah, no, it would be, and I think the exact element of how wide or what that would look like, that's that detailed design component that we're talking about. Right now, this is, you know, we want to see how all of the different priorities we've heard about can fit together, and this is how we would want them to fit together, what that actually looks like.
Okay, and then it's one thing, we definitely wanna connect the sidewalks past 94, I don't know if that was in the design. We want it to be continuous with Hudson River Park Trust, obviously, we don't want it to stop, and I think I saw there was one. Where I saw it just stop, like it didn't go through, I could be wrong, it might have been an earlier sketch.
Yeah, and this obviously would require a lot of information of the Park Trust, and the goal here is to really maintain that continuous engineering of that. So again, I think that is another thing, I guess, figured out further down, but the goal here is for that continuity to be way better than it is.
Okay, thanks, I know Brad had another question, right, Brad, or?
Yes, Madam Chair. Just a couple of things, and obviously that's why you're the chair, you brought up. But I just want to make a note, I don't know, for our notes, that it's possible to use some of these berths for like a global mercy ship, a health ship. They don't get charged to come in, so they're not paying a berth fee. You know, maybe we could put some of that language so we get something out for the community there. And I also, when you brought up traffic study, I think we need to make sure that besides the Blue Highway, which we've been for and we love, and obviously we love pilot programs on this board, we have to do a traffic study regarding the air transportation, besides the boat transportation and the car transportation. You know, I don't want to do a traffic study that's going to look how many horses are coming in, because it's not relevant with our cars. So I do think that should be incorporated into the environmental traffic study. I like to make that point. And I really want to get a mercy ship in there while some of those spots are open.
Thank
You
you,
guys know what I
Brad,
mean by mercy ship, right?
go ahead.
They're the non-for-profit, they're cruise ships turned into non-for-profit hospitals that offer free medical services to the public. And
Yeah, I think there was
I
one during
think,
COVID that that it wasn't really used.
yeah, I think during COVID though, that was there for housing. But I just want to like put it into the charter that they have a right to come certain amount of times a year or something like that. Just a thought.
Thank you, and I think we have one more question in the room.
Yeah, Leslie, by overpass, you meant the bridge to do at Clinton Park, right?
Correct, sorry, yes.
Is that enclosed? Does it have its own roof and sides?
Again, that's on design.
Could you explain how it plugs into the upper pedestrian level of the service buildings and the elevated parkways that go out down the piers?
All fantastic questions. These are all the design type questions that we would want to get into later. These images, as you can see delineated here, are more to say the illustration of what it would look like, not the exact design. Does not say that this tree will be exactly here or anything like that, but you know, it's more to guide our conversations through and our motivations through the rest of this project, but a lot of that economic connection points comes later.
Thank you.
Okay, great, I know I have people in the public, but that have their hands raised. Janine, can you bring over Christine Bertay first? And if there's anyone else on the board, to bring them over that's online.
Okay.
A lot of it.
All right, Christine should be over.
Yeah,
Great,
can you hear me?
yes, thank you, Christine.
Okay, thank you for bringing me up. So, I mean, I think this project is very, very exciting.
You know, it's a brand new cruise terminal. There is a lot of the things that the neighbors have asked for that are included. So overall, I'm pretty enthusiastic about the project. However, I have still many concerns about the transportation. And one of, I think the impact on the Greenway is going to be significant. For example, each of the entrance exit now, where it is an entrance now, it's going to be an entrance and an exit. So each of those entrances are going to be twice as wide on the south side and the north side. And that's going to be a big inconvenience or worse, safety issue for bicycles and for pedestrians. Also, the volumes we're talking about are much, much higher. For example, take the cars and the parking, it's going to go from 900 to 1,200, so that's a 30% increase, right? And then we're talking about the Blue Highway, and we are talking about buses, etc. So the volume of vehicles that are going to be crossing the Greenway is going to be much bigger than what it is today. And I'm not saying that there are not solutions to that. You know, we can look at it. We still have a ramp. We discussed that we should try to remove the ramp, and we still have one. So, so the bottom line is that I think the question that Leslie asked, which is, are we going to have a working group and look at those, you know, details with EDC, and frequently for the summary detail and the summary design and the detailed design are going to be very, very important. And I second this request, saying, I think without that, we are not, we probably will not get the result we want in transportation. So that's one thing. The second thing is that so there is an environmental process. Is that environmental process ending up into a city council approval?
We don't think it's possible, but we don't have that.
Can you speak up a little bit?
Sorry, I said it's possible, but we don't know that at this point.
What do you mean? If it's a city environmental process, it does end in, right?
Yeah, whether it's a city environmental process or a state environmental process.
Okay. All right. And then finally, small things, just like everyone is saying, why don't you install the shore power now? I would ask that you remove this horrible gate, which is blocking all the pedestrian access now, and figure how to do a new gate, which leaves more space. And that's a short task. So these are my points, Leslie.
Thanks, Christine. I think we have hands up in the public, Janine. Am I right? And you can bring them over? Yeah. Yeah. Do people here in the public want to, oh, yeah, while you bring them over, Janine, we have a few people here in the room that will talk. Just announce who you are, like where you.
My name is Davis Janowski, and I am a Hell's Kitchen resident. I've lived there for 25 years. I raised my daughter there. I live and work in Hell's Kitchen. Have a lot of questions and comments. Biting my tongue on some of this. A lot of this has been addressed from I should start. One of my jobs, I have two jobs. The day job is a journalist, and on weekends, a side gig as a lead guide for Manhattan Kayak Company. Spent a tremendous amount of time crossing in front of the cruise ship terminal. We already have into the plan, you guys, I think you applaud you for what you've already put in there about some of the communications aspects. That's great. We are interested in what the word process is going to look like, and more information on what that entails for possibly for recreational produce. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of trips every year that go past that area. Not just starting from the New York side, but from up Yonkers, from Inwood Canoe Club, from Pier 26, from Hoboken Community Boathouse, from Manhattan Community Boathouse, all transiting that. The best trained of those folks are carrying marine radios. They are smaller and lower transmitting power than what the ships, ferries carry. We have mixed relationships with some of the commercial entities in the harbor. We much appreciate being part of this conversation going forward. I did want to ask to plan for the community board, a couple of thoughts on the Blue Highway. I've seen some of the publications on that. It goes beyond what's talked about often with barges. An example of that, and I've long thought people in the Wick Clinton Park would have loved to have a farmer's market, for instance. There's already it's been operating for several years now. It's called the Schooner Apollonia, based up in Hudson, New York, that makes multiple trips right past us. And you know where they go to dock? They go to dock either at South Street Seaport or Brooklyn. There is a French company called Grand de Sail, transport chocolate, coffee, you name it, from France to New York. They don't come to Manhattan. They don't come to the west side of the Hudson. So more needs to be thought about the Pier 92, I think, to make it open to independent operators. It seems very much as a way to get trucks off, which is great. And I think it is also great. Schooner Apollonia, for instance, uses trikes to take offload their stuff. It doesn't go into a truck. It's pedaled to farmers markets all up and down the Hudson. There are surely other folks that would love to do that sort of thing. And it doesn't look like any scope is being built into possibility for that. It's gonna be barges and tugboats. I also wanted to say one last thing, and part of what I do and I kayak, I run history tours, on water history tours. We have a fantastic opportunity here, and it doesn't have to add very much expense to the plan. What you guys did in supporting the interpretive science, for instance, at Pier 76 is fantastic. If you go back and look at black and white photos from the 1890s through 30s, you had Luxury Liner Row, this whole area. This cruise ship terminal is the last vestige, other than the ferry operators, the last vestige of the working York waterfront on the Hudson River in Manhattan. So, thinking about the dead, thinking about the history that is here and keeping some of that history alive, or some interpretive signs that are in some of the garden areas, whatever that is, I just want to plant the seed now so it's not forgotten about later. We need to remember our heritage. Manhattan is, in particular, but New York in general, is terrible at saving its history, and this is a good opportunity to build some of that into this project.
So it's interesting you say that, because right now, we're at the southernmost point where the substation is gonna be, right, it's closed up. So that has been, we have talked about that for a while. They have plaques up there, there's pictures, there's some history, and it has been closed for years now. And whenever we ask, can it be reopened, because it's a public, that's the public, I don't wanna say park, but a public space on the waterfront that can be accessed, is evidently, I think, the overhead is crumbling, or they say it's dangerous. But we've heard that for years, you know, we said, well, can you fix it? And we've never gotten an answer on that. So maybe we can transform that in this plan, you know, kind of, and incorporate it in that southern area as well. I mean, that's more design for sure, and like the elements of design, but it shouldn't be overlooked.
No.
Yeah. Thank you.
I mean, I'll say, I think the southern area, we're currently envisioning public plaza there, right, where that concealed substation, so all of that with people.
Did you wanna, you had a?
I'm okay.
You're okay. Okay, we can go to online, Janine, whoever you wanna bring over first. Oh, I see Tom.
Yeah, so I brought over a few people.
Okay, Tom, go ahead. You're muted, Tom.
Yeah, thanks.
Oh, there
Hi.
you go, no, you're not.
Thanks a lot for the opportunity. I appreciate it. It is a very exciting plan. A tremendous amount of public open space. Concern, of course, you're platforming over 9 acres of the Hudson River Park Estuarine Sanctuary. I didn't see anything about mitigation, I mean, sharing 80-20 with the park is a financial deal for operations, but if you're going to be covering over 9 acres of an estuarine sanctuary, there should be significant mitigation contributions, huge contributions to estuary restoration in other parts of the park, or support for the river project for the next 20 years. Because you're covering over 9 acres of the Hudson River Estuarine Sanctuary, which it took us 20 years to map. Secondarily, I really do think that the covering of the pier of the water should be part of the environmental assessment for your WRDA, because the piers wouldn't be sticking out 650 feet into the waterway unless you were filling in those 9 acres of water to move the piers out. So it's a causal relationship. The coverage of the water is causing you to move further out into the navigable waterway. Just 2 points on coverage and environment. Secondarily, funding. The funding for, you said there's going to be public-private funding. Make sure the open spaces are funded by the public, because we've seen projects, Atlantic Terminal, places like that, where the private commitments to improvements for open spaces in the public never show up. So I would want to see that EDC or the city or whomever is a sponsor of this is responsible for the funding of all the public spaces, not only for their construction, but who's going to manage and maintain them over the long term. I think that's important to look at. And that's about it. But the coverage of the river, I see it seems to be getting very short shrift. I know we're giving the public a lot, and we are, but we're taking it away from nature to do that. So I really think that should be a major concern. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. Yes, good.
So Tom, thank you so much for that, and all very good points. I wanted to clarify one element in the WRDA process. So WRDA is focused on navigational and safety, so there is no environmental review connected to WRDA. There will absolutely be environmental review connected to this project, and as part of the permitting process that we would have to go through, a consideration that gets looked at are those mitigation measures. This happens for all the EC's waterfront projects, and it all kind of went when there's a part of that permit that is conditional on mitigation. We need to have significant experience there, so absolutely that would be a consideration, or that would be a part of this process that I contemplated.
But the reason why I said it should be studied is you would not be going out into the waterway unless you were building that 9-acre platform. So you wouldn't need a WRDA permit unless you were covering over the estuary. So it is a direct relation, causal. It's the reason why you have to go for this WRDA permit. That's all.
Yeah.
Thank you.
One additional point there to make is, so if we can bring up actually, there's an aerial shot of the cruise terminals today. You can actually see that to make the piers and the cruise terminal the structure that it is today.
Janine, can you bring up the, can you hear, I don't know if you can hear Tara, but can you bring up, there's a slide, what is the,
I think it's around the 10s, maybe slide 7.
Janine, can you hear us or no? Oh, there you go. Thank you. Sorry. She said it's kind of early on, like in the, like 10, 11, 12, maybe. So that's 10.
A little bit further up.
It's an aerial.
No, I'm sorry. Go to 16.
16, slide 16. That's it. That's it.
Perfect. Yeah, so you can see here that if you look at Pier 94, the land is further out and then it dips in at 92.88. The reason for that being is that this is back in an earlier time when we probably would not do this now, but to accommodate the longer ocean liners, they actually had to carve into the land to make that space. And so what we're proposing in building it further out is actually restoring it back to, first bringing it back to the line of where land used to be. And then extend, the pier like then extend further out from that.
Right,
So,
but show the next slide. Okay, so all of that, all of the infill there is what's causing you to go out past the pierhead line. All of this infill is pushing you out further into the waterway. So you would not be in the waterway were it not for this coverage of the estuarine sanctuary. You'd be in the regular shipping channel. Only the tail end of a vessel might stick out occasionally when it's docked there. That's the point I'm making, is that it's directly related to your 650-foot extension out into the waterway. That's all. It should be
And at this
considered
point,
as
we don't
part of the
know what the
process.
material. At this point, we don't know what the material would be. It's too early to say whether that would be infill or not. It's
Even
possible.
if it's a platform, even if it's a platform, it's coverage of 9 acres of the river. That's all. No matter what it is, it's covering an environmentally sensitive area that's been designated by the state. And without that coverage, you would not be 650 feet out into the waterway. I mean, and I admit, it brings all these benefits of getting traffic off the roadway. It's a conundrum, a dilemma. But it really should be, it's causal. It's the reason why you're out 650 feet. That's my only point.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
We have, thanks, Tom. We have Kimberly. I see Kimberly.
Hey guys, excuse me. My name is Kimberly Sharp and I'm a resident of the Upper West Side. I can look out my window and see the Intrepid daily. She's beautiful. But I also see the cruise lines coming in. So I have a really good idea of, you know, in terms of what it looks like from this side. I think somebody earlier brought up that it would be great to do some research on what impact there's going to be to the skyline. So I will leave that to them. But I did want to say, as a person born and raised in Miami, I've heard a few times the Miami port brought up as an example. I think it's important to zoom out because this is an unprecedented plan. There isn't another terminal project like this worldwide that is being attempted, which is cool. New Yorkers, we do big, cool shit. And I love that. And I think that that shouldn't stop us from doing it. But I do think that there is some important things that it might behoove the team to take into consideration, such as Port Miami is an isolated island. It is designed as an industrial seaport, and it is purposefully pulled away from the residential areas. That is by design because given the influx, it becomes a major international port of entry. And so imagine everything went off without a hitch. That could happen right here. And as much as the greenways and whatnot are great, that does open the door. I'm not sure where the water's edge is. This may have to be thoughtful because it hasn't been done before, but it does now fall under DHS and US Customs purview and a lot of other things. It becomes a very big target. And I think I heard 2 other people say, it's like putting an airport right here. And so when we talk about greenways, there will potentially, I think very likely be a lot of access that is denied to the public when cruise lines are there or when there's work done. And it's saying, like the gentleman said, they're hoping to get cruise ships in every day. I think these security concerns are something that we should probably want to think about. And I guess I'm just curious what research has been done to date on that.
Yeah, Kimberly, it's a great question and thank you so much for it. Janine, if we can go to slide 42 in the deck. Yeah, we can see a little bit to just the analysis of other clues that we could inspiration.
I'm sorry, is she saying something? Because I'm not hearing her.
I'm sorry, we're bringing up another slide to show. I think they want to bring up another slide as an example.
Yeah, Janine, if
I
we can
couldn't hear which slide. Can you repeat it?
slide 42.
Okay.
Yeah, so Kimberly, this is Joshua with Hatch, and appreciate you bringing up the context of a cruise terminal in an urban setting. And just to be clear, the reference to Port Miami was really only with respect to shore power, right? So completely acknowledge what you mentioned It's an island. It is fully and wholly dedicated to cruise activity that is very much separate from the city itself. And so part of our process, did you have a chance to participate in one of our public workshops?
No, but
Okay.
I would happy to.
Yeah, so public workshop number 2, we did use several of the urban marine terminals as examples, some of which you see here, but really do a more thoughtful job of interweaving cruise activity into a downtown core. And probably the one that you may be familiar with is Vancouver Canada Place Cruise Terminal, where you do have the ability for the public to access public areas that are active while cruise ships are in. And fully acknowledging what that interface needs to be in between the cruise terminal itself and a fairly large terminal, again, 3 berths, very similar to ours, and providing that interface. So completely agree with you. There are other examples that you see. Sydney, that's a single berth, a couple of others, the high-tech cruise terminal at Hong Kong, very new, 2 berths as well, also a lot of amenities associated with that. So agree with you 100%, and those are some of the terminals that we're looking at as inspiration. With respect to public access when a cruise ship is not in, one of the case studies that we reviewed in public workshop number 2 was the new cruise terminal in San Francisco. One of our partners, Romeo Achamil, who you may be familiar with as a premier cruise terminal architecture firm, they were a part of that public workshop and walked through, they actually were the architects for that facility, and working through with DHS and with the US Coast Guard, with MARSEC, understanding when the terminal could be made available to the public when a cruise ship is not in, and really stafing off those key areas such that it's accessible. So we do have some precedent out there where it's worked. Different divisions of the Coast Guard, obviously there's different sectors, are more familiar with some of those, we'll call them more progressive views on how we can address that interface than others. So not as familiar certainly here in sector New York, but certainly something that has precedent within the US specifically.
And Kimberly, we have all of our materials from previous workshops on our website. I don't think I can drop in the chat, but it basically doesn't have cruise terminal master plan. It's at the bottom.
That's really helpful. Thank you. And I just also want to second the chair. She brought up a really good point on the revenue being generated. I think based on today's numbers, I think that that's really conservative in terms of an estimate. And as you look long term at what that is, and I know we all know the cruise lines know every single penny that's being spent at any time. I think it would just be really helpful to get a little bit better of an estimate of what that is, especially since the newer cruise ships are really designed to be a lot more inclusive, if that's possible. So it would be nice to make sure that we're thinking about concessions so that if people are going to be potentially not bringing their dollars into the city as much as they would because their meals and whatnot are all paid for on the ship, let's just think about that in mind as well. Thank you so much. It's really helpful.
It's a great plan. Beyond the economic impact, where don't have this on a presentation notes, but we did recently launch an RFP for a fund administrator. We are setting up a cruise community fund specifically for this community, so that for every passenger that comes through the cruise terminal, $1 is collected to that fund and go towards community priorities and projects. And so beyond the economic impact, we want to be thinking about what other ways we can be leveraging through passengers coming through as a ways to give back.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you, Kimberly. Janine, I see Leslie there's a hand up and there's one other person, I think 2 more people, unless I'm wrong, if you can bring them over. Oh, and David Stewart.
I'm bringing Leslie over, and Catherine is refusing to become panelist, so I'm just gonna allow her to talk when she's ready.
Okay, David, I see you're over. Did you want to speak?
Yeah, sure.
Hi, David.
Hey, everybody. How you doing? My name's David Stewart. Thanks for bringing me over. And I'm the president of the 45th and 46th Street Block Association in Hell's Kitchen. So the piers are literally just directly west of our community. First of all, thank you for the presentation. It's really clear you guys put a lot of thought into this, and I appreciate that. I was involved in both the public workshops, and I've been to both of the presentations. So the one thing I would like to say is that I really do think this is a great project. So I share that sentiment with a lot of folks. I do, though, also, I mean, I'm going to say that I have some concerns. I think number one, I'd love to see a much better outreach. And I think I've said this at both the previous meetings to the public, because I'm incredibly involved in the community. And if I didn't know about these meetings, I wouldn't know about any of these presentations, and nobody in our community knows about them. So I think as good a job as you guys are doing, I hope that you will do a much better job of reaching out to the block associations and the community groups in Hell's Kitchen, because we're here, we're public, everybody knows about us. I also would just like to say that I find it kind of unbelievable that you don't have an idea of the costs and the timeline for what this would take. I'm no expert on this, but just looking at the scale of this, it's a multi-billion-dollar project that's going to take 10 to 20 years. So like, it would be super helpful if we had some kind of idea of that. And the reason I mention that, I'm going to come back to it, but it's really important. Let me switch to something else. I think that starting and stopping bicycle and pedestrian traffic, when you're talking about the increase in scale of the people who are going to be coming through here right in that pathway, is going to be a nightmare. I don't really see how it's going to be possible. So I would really encourage folks to consider a way to make it so that pedestrian traffic can flow while bike traffic can flow. And I know it's a challenge, but I know you guys are up for it. The other thing is, this is something that other folks have mentioned. I'm not quite sure why these piers have to be stretched 2 football fields in length, more than 2 football fields in length, into the Hudson River, where we have the most dangerous currents and eddies and weather and all kinds of things. I think that the idea of having a crossing guard boat out there to handle that kind of stuff, I don't see how that's even possible. If there's a crossing guard and you have, this is not like a pedestrian crossway. This is like, there's currents, there's wind, there's weather, there's people who aren't really good sailors or kayakers or whatever they're doing. And I think that there's quite a bit of danger here. And I just wonder why the design has to be perpendicular out into the Hudson River. Like, why can't these things be at a 45-degree angle? Why can't the piers be designed so that they don't go out into the river? And there's some other way to do that.
I'm sorry, David, hold on one second. We actually have that was a presentation in an earlier date, and we actually have that slide of why they chose it. They had the
Yeah, you can go back one slide.
Great, thank you.
Well,
And I had one other thing I wanted to mention before this is over.
Okay, yeah, but if you go back one slide, Janine, yes, that. So that's well, go ahead if you want to talk about that, why.
Yeah, happy to talk about, so this was something that we went over in our last meeting. So you see a variety of configurations. The one challenge, David, that we have is we must accommodate 3 vessels. That's something that's critical for the industry, critical for overall functionality of the terminal. You'll see configuration 2 is essentially what you were describing, and you can see some of the challenges associated with that. Essentially with navigability. The distance between the pier structures, we must be able to accommodate the bunkering of vessels. So when a vessel home ports, and that's roughly 85% of the vessels that call in New York City, they do take on fuel. And so a tug and barge combination needs to be able to pull alongside that vessel and fuel that while it's doing its full turn. So it arrives in the morning, passengers disembark that vessel, and then the fueling operation takes place while that vessel is in port. And then a new set of passengers embark the vessel, and the vessel then departs on yet another itinerary. And so the challenge with configuration 2 and those angled piers, because the facility is hemmed in by the Intrepid, as you're aware, Pier 86 to the south, and then of course Pier 94 to the north. There's only so far we can angle those piers without encroaching in those properties. And unfortunately, the geometry, working with our own marine planning team, as well as interviews with the cruise lines, does not give the cruise lines the peace of mind that they require and the distance that they require to safely berth and de-berth those ships.
So, yeah, I totally appreciate that. And like, I am as far from an expert in this as you can get. There's just so many questions about this, and I absolutely would encourage you guys, and I know you mentioned, you said this, to have more public meetings, because I have so many questions. I'm just mentioning the top couple here because we're limited on time. So it would be really interesting to kind of like get a deeper dive into like why, because like your explanation sounds perfectly plausible, and like I'm sure it's the accurate explanation, but I can't really dig into it in this time frame. So it'd be great to kind of like have that time to do that in a public meeting. And I think the last thing I just wanted to mention, so, well, and first of all, thank you for the explanation. Again, I really appreciate the thought that you guys have put into this. I think the last thing I just wanted to mention is shore power. The fact that, you know, we potentially have shore power by 2029. And this comes back to the costs and the timeline of construction that I mentioned at the top. We have no idea what might get in the way in the next several years of having shore power available to these ships. In the meantime, potentially that could be pushed out however many years. In the meantime, our entire community is suffering under literally thousands of tons of particulate matter coming down on us. So I think that you guys, I would challenge you to like, and you can involve the community. There's a lot of smart folks out there, but I would challenge you guys to find a way, whether it's barges or some other way, to have temporary shore power. And admittedly, it might cost a little bit of money, and that money might stretch into the millions of dollars. But when we're talking about a project that is going to be probably in the billions of dollars, it seems like a tiny investment to, I think, handle one of the top issues that every single person in our community had, which is the particulate matter that is raining down on us every time. I mean, the thousands of tons that's raining down on us every time a cruise ship is sitting in that harbor. So those are my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David. Leslie, I see you're over.
Hi, everyone. I also want to thank you for the presentation and for taking the time to let the public comment. I'm coming mostly from the perspective of I do a lot of recreational kayaking. And I do know that in general in the city, there has been a higher increase in people wanting to increase kayaking. There's been, you know, a lot more interest in having more launch sites open for the public and things like that. And frankly, mine and a lot of other fellow kayakers' concerns are just safety. If you extend the piers out this far, so a lot of times the kayakers, you have to kayak closer to the shore for wind conditions. A lot of the jet skis don't care that you're on a kayak. You've got private boats who don't use their radios like they're supposed to. And so now you're cramming all this larger ships, larger volume of traffic, and with the people who are already there into a much smaller space. And it doesn't seem like any of the studies you discussed really focused on the kayaking side. It just focused on the larger ships and the, you know, commercial boats and private charter boats and ferries, but none on the recreational aspect for kayakers and paddleboarders.
And Leslie, recreational users were a really important part of our navigational safety and risk assessment outreach. We had a workshop specifically dedicated to recreational users to understand the needs and the concerns, and also have hosted a couple of conversations for all of the users of the harbor, including recreational users. So to Jackie's point earlier, you know, as we looked at this with a understand the navigational safety components, it was really important to get that first-hand knowledge from them, especially since, you know, we might not have the same GPS data from as we would from other commercial users, and so that outreach and those conversations have really critical. So we're super appreciative of all the recreational users we've been able to speak to. There's certainly going to be a lot more conversations, so we'd love to continue doing those.
Okay, and then just one kind of final question too, because it seems like a large part of the purpose of this project is to create a space for the public. So just out of curiosity, like who is it that decided to basically give most of this space to already like billion-dollar corporations in the cruise industry and not open it up to say more biking companies, more kayaking spaces, more smaller independent businesses from locals in New York to run and things like that?
Is it more about like using the piers, not for cruise ships, but for other uses?
Correct. Just
Yeah,
how it decided, because the public hasn't really like voted on this. I'm just curious, like why and who's making the decision? How is it decided that this would go to the cruise ship industry?
Yeah, I mean, to a point that was brought up earlier, this is a historic site and has been functioning as like a cruise terminal for almost a century now, and recognizing not just the history, but also the economic impact of the cruise industry, it is really important to be able to maintain that and support where the industry is going, for not just for the city, but for also all the jobs that this supports, for the union labor that this supports, and we want to make sure that we are not getting rid of that. What this opportunity did allow us to do is not just think about this cruise terminal as only serving the cruise industry, but how can it be an integrated part of our neighborhood. And so that's why this is actually, I think, the first time ever that we've been able to really think through this to activate public space and waterfront access, whereas that has not been done as it should be previously.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had. I would just reiterate to focus a lot more on safety studies because it just does not seem like the kayaking aspect has been built in much into the studies so far.
Thank you, Leslie. Sarah, I see you're on.
Hi, I am calling from CB2, but I spend a lot of time as a recreational user in the area on the water and on land, on bike, on foot, on boat. And so have a lot of perspectives on the area, and I have a background in urban planning, so love to, hear about the plan. And I appreciate the comparisons to other cities, but I'm wondering about what analysis EDC did to assess potential sites for this anticipated growth in demand elsewhere in the harbor. So we have Red Hook or Bayonne, potentially elsewhere that could perhaps accommodate these larger boats. And I'm wondering, they're also closer to airports. So just wondering why this location was chosen to expand into the river when there are potentially other sites in the region that could absorb that.
So Manhattan Cruise Terminal, and we go into this as much in this conversation, but I think and other workshops, was the original cruise site for not just New York, but the harbor at large, New York and New Jersey. It's actually because of a lack of disinvestment in the Manhattan Cruise Terminal that Brooklyn and Bayonne had to open. They are much smaller and don't accommodate the same level of volume of Manhattan. And on top of that, from the cruise industry standpoint, Manhattan is the primary market of interest. And so really think we're not just maintaining a cruise terminal in Manhattan, but maintaining the cruise industry and all of the economic impact and jobs that it supports. Manhattan is a really key player there. Brooklyn and Bayonne will of course continue to function and support the greater ecosystem, but are really limited in its ability to anchor a lot of the cruise industry.
I'll also add, My understanding of Bayonne is that they're currently constrained in the space that they have with the container terminal right next door. To be able to accommodate more ships. I will also say the Brooklyn Cruise Terminal in Red Hook. In the EMT vision plan that was approved this past year, does continue to keep Pier 12 as a cruise terminal with longer there. And so I think between the Manhattan Cruise Terminal and the Brooklyn Cruise Terminal, together they can accommodate the amount of demand that we are projecting here in the city.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Sarah, and I think we have Emmy. If Araki, if I'm pronouncing that right, if you can.
Yeah, I'm bringing Emmy over.
Okay, and Catherine, can you hear us?
We also have Francis on.
I'm sorry, oh, Francis, okay, Catherine, can you hear us? 'Cause I know you had your hand up, no, Francis, can you hear us?
Yes.
Oh, great, go ahead.
Okay, so I was wondering, when you get these piers permanently pushed out, permanently built out, and or when you're in the process of building them, I do feel like it's going to end up pushing kayakers and paddleboarders and jet skis further into the channel, and I'm a little concerned about how are you guys modeling how the ferries, barges, tour boats, and all of these human-powered craft are going to maneuver in this area during rush hour, so that we don't all end up colliding or having the human-powered boats, which are small, not be seen by the pilots in the giant boats and get run over. And also, this navigation safety now assessment that you guys keep talking about, is that available to the public?
Yeah, I'll start with that second question. So the assessment, we're still wrapping that process up at this time. But we intend to share that out.
And to the first part of that question, it's a great point, and going back, thinking back to that slide earlier that identified the risks that we've heard from recreational commercial users and the mitigations that we're exploring. That would definitely be a really important part of the future of not just building out the master plan and the terminal, but the future operations. And so there's definitely a lot more coordination for EDC, for the recreational users and commercial users and other partners to coordinate on to make sure that those recommendations for mitigations are happening smoothly.
How will you even assess how many kayakers and paddleboarders and other human-powered craft are out there? Because we don't, as you mentioned, have GPS radar or anything like that on our craft.
Yeah, it's why we really prioritize and have multiple series of engagement specifically with this group to really get their feedback on how they're using this waterway, how they may foresee the paths that they're taking may be impacted, and if there's any way that practical mitigation measures to resolve those concerns. And what we're hearing, as I mentioned earlier in our presentation, I think one of the key things where we all have to work together on is strengthening that line of communication. Whether it's between the cruises, with ferries, with everyone.
And I think it's important to add that the mitigation measures that we included and identified in the earlier slides, those came directly from the recreational boater community, right? We did not create those. Those are essentially direct inputs from these folks.
But this is what I said before, and I was a little poo-pooed by you guys, but this is what we said, that we wanted a recreational use study, but we just didn't have the time, right? Because of the timeline here. And I think Francis, and I'm not putting words in your mouth, Francis, but I think it's one thing to ask people like, okay, what's important to you? And it's great, you're doing the outreach and everyone's coming to the meetings, and I think that's wonderful. But how is it in real time, you know, like in real life, how is it gonna work? How many kayakers do use that? Where do they go? How far are they gonna be pushed out? And I just took that study or that level of a forward thinking set that has not been at all addressed or used. And I think that's because of, I think it's just a byproduct of this quick timeline of this process. That's all. I like,
I would say we have not in the navigational and safety, we have not skipped over any steps here. It has been a really robust process and the outreach that Jackie and Joshua mentioned is a testament to that. Of course, there's a lot more conversations and obviously coordination between recreational users and the commercial users and we're responsible for partner in that. But that is not to say that we have skipped over anything at this stage. And as once we are able to share those results, we'll see any.
I was just wondering if anyone has actually stood out there on the pier and maybe, I don't know, counted the number of human powered craft that go by at various times of the day during various days of the week.
Why don't they do that in the safety study that they're doing?
So we
So
did
we-
the safety study at the starting again this summer, right? So a lot of these activities, to my understanding, they typically happen the most in the summertime. It is certainly something that can be considered. And I think the challenge that we have currently is that this community is very large, and I think we've done what we can to capture the adjacent users like Mac and Kayak Pro and others to start those conversations. And I've tried to capture that in this assessment. And certainly, there's a lot of folks that use this waterway. And so that is why we are very committed to continuing engagement as part of this fight.
but I think in the same way, when you do a traffic study, right, or a land study, someone goes out there and there's a counter. And they count how many people walk or how many people cross this way or which way they're going. I would think that the same philosophy would be extended to the water users, especially the manpower, people powered water users. That's all. I mean, that's not out of bounds. I mean, that's not, out of the norm.
I hope you guys will do that because I think that it's important to be able to quantify things or quantify the problem or quantify the traffic. And by the way, please don't discount winter kayaking.
Thank you, Francis.
Have you folks thought about increasing the visibility of small boaters? Small GPSs. E-fobs.
They're very expensive. Depends on who's gonna buy them.
Are they
Typically don't.
really very expensive?
Well, they're in hundreds of dollars and we. You're gonna find.
I just saw cheap ones. That's. But I don't know how else is crazy.
Well,
It's not enforceable. You can't just request people to buy GPS and assume that the state or city is going to track it. That's a ridiculous suggestion.
Hey, Christopher.
That's what I do on ridiculous.
Catherine, thank you. You can hear us now? You're on mute. You might know that. We can't hear you.
Mute.
There you go.
Got me
Thank you,
now?
Catherine.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry, I had my Christmas tree blew down outside, so I had a minor glip. Yeah, so I have, just a disclaimer, I am a kayaker, but before that I was an English teacher, New York City English teacher, and before that I was a real estate agent. So I have a question about the whole WRDA process where we defederalize this channel. if we were successful in doing that to build something wonderful, we meaning I'm not sure who, but it's all about giving control of the land underwater. That is the language there. So that it's something that alarms me. Who actually controls the land underwater? Because I've been around long enough. I watched Battery Park grew up. I watch people filling land to put in buildings all over the place. So if we get permission to do this project and deauthorize this area, what prevents who owns the land underwater there? Who then can do what with that? That's what I want to know. Because that's what's really going to interrupt or potentially build our lives. I would like to know who controls that land underwater and who pays for it. The maintenance of it. I live in Chelsea, so I know what it's like to pay for
Catherine, they'll answer your question.
So the pier extensions that we are proposing here, the lands underwater at this moment is managed by the federal government, which is the US Army Corps of Engineers. And they currently are as part of their work, they need to do any dredging or maintenance in that area. Today, at this time. By requesting to deauthorize a portion of the federally authorized channel, the dredging and maintenance, those responsibilities then become a city responsibility.
Oh, really?
Okay.
Good.
Great, thank you, Catherine. I see, is it pronounced Emmy, M-I?
Yes, it's Emmy. So
Emmy, go ahead.
in every major project, the city is required to study alternatives. So the question is, why doesn't the plan include a real comparison to places like Red Hook, Beyond Cruise Terminal? They're both closer to airports and also near harbor. And without that analysis, it's hard for the public to understand whether Manhattan is truly the best site for the city and its people, or is it just simply just the cruises for companies' preference? What is going on here? How come there's no real analysis?
But meaning why it's here at this particular location?
An alternative spot.
Yes.
Okay.
Is there an
Go
alternative?
ahead.
Yeah, so the reason why the Manhattan Cruise Terminal is where it is, it's a decision that I think we all inherited from 100 years ago, that can definitely be attributed to, the travel and immigration to Manhattan overall. But I mean, in terms of analysis comparing this site to the others, we see the three sites as being not necessarily as being part of a greater ecosystem for cruise overall. As Jackie mentioned earlier, there are significant limitations to the site they own to support more cruise, given the existence of the target and well adjacent to it. In Brooklyn, the cruise terminal will continue to be there. It only has one berth and is also adjacent to what is now going to be a Blue Highways modern port, as well as is right next to a more congested area in terms of just the neighborhood streets as well. And so neither of those sites are as well positioned to take on the volume that is needed for the city like this.
Well, the city is required to study alternatives in every major project. And whatever you mentioned, if that's really the case, then how come that's not made public? and how come it's not made transparent?
I think because this site is already existing, this is already an existing cruise terminal, it's different than if we were to look at a whole brand new site or a metering project. So I think what you're describing is like if we're looking for a location that doesn't exist, we do an analysis, obviously, to understand other areas and put it to that. This is an already existing cruise terminal. Down here is the condition of the piers and their age and stuff. Overall, so this is more of a replacement project versus like a plan.
But wouldn't you consider this to be a major project?
Are you describing whether this is a brand new project or is this how we understand the size of it?
But it's such a large scale project, and it's a major project, worth billions of dollars.
So,
And
I mean, maybe we can liken it to the Port Authority, right? The Port Authority is there, and I don't know if this is probably not an exact parallel. But the Port Authority is there and they're undergoing a huge, massive renovation. I mean, they are putting, ramps and different structures. And I think maybe that's something to like what is happening here. I don't want to put words in your mouth or anything like that, but yes, they could look where there would be a better Port Authority or a better place for it under like what you're exactly saying. But since it's the existing Port Authority and they're just doing upgrades, I don't know if that is exactly, if you would kind of make that comparison, I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's a good analogy. It's like it is existing as a particular use. We want to maintain that use. So we are looking to upgrade and improve this facility as it serves the city today.
Thank you, Emmy. Lee and David, can you hold on 1 second, because Christopher LeBron, who's actually a committee member, has his hand up, so just hold off 1 second. Thank you. Go ahead, Christopher.
Thank you so much, Co-Chair. I appreciate it. And I appreciate everybody's opining on this matter. As someone who's looked at Bayonne and Red Hook as alternatives for almost a decade now on this board, I've watched the maneuvers. I've spoken with, in my private time, individuals who are professional navigators who actually operate these ships. The maneuvers necessary to, and I'm getting nuanced here, to get out of these slips with these large ships is so nuanced that like Red Hook just doesn't have the capacity. Bayonne doesn't have the capacity. And so to echo what EDC and Leslie has said, the west side of Manhattan historically has had an opportunity to host maritime traffic and now commercial cruise ships. We are at a point now where this infrastructure needs to be upgraded, and it's necessary for studies to be done during the summer and during the winter for human powered crafts. But like the Hudson River is so wide, and I don't think the maps or displays in these presentations really show you the ratio in terms of like how large these ships are and how large this body of water is to provide an opportunity for these ships to make those maneuvers. That being said, Marty suggested small craft GPS. That's not possible. I put the onus squarely on the Port Authority, EDC, and these cruise ships operators to maintain visuals on kayakers and things of that nature. It's just it's just one of those things where like this is where it's going to be. And the same way that there's no other place to put a bus terminal, in the same way we need to figure out how to fix Penn Station. We're trying to figure out how to fix the largest cruise ship terminal in the largest city in this country. Thank you.
Thanks, Christopher. Lee, thank you for holding on there.
Thank you, and thank you for everyone who wants to think about the future. That's awesome. It's great to see these plans. And it's really interesting, and I appreciate all the work done by everyone. But I kind of wanted to summarize some of the ideas that have come up, and one of them is thinking about the future. Someone asked how many of these large-size cruise ships are there currently in the world, and there was a answer relating to the fact, well, there's a small number now, but there'll be a great number in the future. And then someone asked, well, how many human-powered kayaks or whatever other vessel you can imagine are out there on the river right now? And I would ask that you also think about what that number is going to be in the future, and how many people want to ride their bike up and down the West Side green space, and what that number is going to be in the future. And then there's the question of, why is this cruise terminal here? And the answer is, well, because it has been for a very long time, and that's its historical location. And I guess my point is, as someone who uses the river in a boat, in a ferry, in a kayak, someone who uses a bicycle all over the city, someone who's interested in the health of the river and the environment, and someone who's also interested in not deciding right now necessarily what we do with all of our natural resources, the river being a natural resource. Let's think about what happens in the future. How many people are going to want to be out there? And let's also think about the air quality right now and the people who live in the neighborhood breathing that. You know, why is that have to be happening in the city right now? Can we think something better? And then the point as well, you know, if this is a major infrastructure investment of billions of dollars, then I don't think it is similar to the Port Authority, because it doesn't, I don't think that the existence of Grand Central Station and the Port Authority bus terminal could be picked up and moved, whereas you have a rotting pier, which is in another state of dilapidation, apparently. And the question is, well, why can't it go somewhere else in a city that is surrounded everywhere by water? What, you know, Manhattan is the most densely populated place imaginable. And let's see other, like before billions of dollars, much of it in public money is spent. What are the other locations that are possible? It's hard for me to believe that and by the way, if you've ever been on the Hudson River, it's not that big. When there's a barge and a ferry and a cruise ship coming down, it's not as big as you might think. So those are just my personal views that I hope people will consider. Thank you.
Great, thank you, and thank you for coming. David, I think, and David, before you go, Janine, just tell me, is David the last public member? Member of the public?
Yeah, Emmy raised her hand again, but that's the last person.
Yeah, no, it's okay. I think we'll go to David and then we'll wrap it up.
Okay. Yeah, it's late and I appreciate it. So real fast, I just think, having listened to all of the constituents, we strike a balance. Keep the plan for the most part as it is, just don't extend the piers out into the river. That would address a lot of the safety issues, and would also address the fact that if we don't have these larger ships, these big mega ships coming in at once, it will have less of the impact on the greenway and the pedestrian walkway. And that way everybody wins. Everybody gets something new and advantageous. The only one that doesn't have to get in, and the cruise ship industry is getting brand new, very modern, amenity-filled infrastructure. They just can't bring in the largest ships, which we heard right now is only a few and hopefully won't increase by that much in the future. So let's just strike a balance is my proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Thank you for coming and waiting too. Anything else from the committee? Oh, I'm sorry.
I'll actually chime in.
Yeah.
Hey, everyone doesn't know me. I'm Quentin Albrunner, Eric Bodger's Community 4 liaison. Person whose job is to be here and not talk, but I'm gonna talk really, really briefly, I promise. Just wanna say, bike up and down that path, and I truly dread that part right by the cruise terminal where it's unpleasant and loud. And I just want to say, no matter what, I'm very excited that it'd be a less miserable experience.
So wait a minute, hold on. Is there any formal thing from the?
No, this is me.
Oh, okay.
I've been sitting here for 3.5 hours, so someone wants to say something.
This one is for me, if young high school me, who almost got in a couple of crashes, biking that stretch, saw me not say something even now. So
Talking as a person.
So you're saying you enjoy the plan of the widening of the bike lane?
I'm thrilled about that.
Okay. And what is the council member's opinion on this?
You know what? That's where I go back into the park room here, listen.
Thanks.
That.
Anyone else, committee, we're good? Good. Okay. Thank you guys so much for coming. I do have to say, this is, I really appreciate, I think we all appreciate that you guys have incorporated just about every one of our asks. I mean, that is a key, thank you so much for really thinking of, because when we were going through this process, even though after the short power conversation, but at the beginning of the year, and we went through the public workshops, and we all talked about this a number of times of what we would like and what we thought would be great, and you know, we get it, there's a balance, like we're gonna have to take some things away, and some people won't like this or won't like that. But everything that I think that we asked for is incorporated here in some fashion, which is greatly appreciated. It looks like a tremendous project that will be a great economic generator, so let's see how that works out. I mean, I think as we are, as CB4 is with all our projects, the devil's in the details. And I don't even think we even get close to that point yet. I mean, I still think there's so much to work out, especially with the transportation and a lot of the human powered water use, a lot of the stuff like that. But we appreciate you guys coming, making this actually a public session as well.
We still want short powers.
And yeah, thank you for being such a great partner through this process with us. We are excited to continue to work with you all going forward. I know how much time this can take and all that, so really appreciate the space here today.
Yeah. And we will have a letter coming out. It's just to give you a forewarning. I mean, it's going to be difficult, at least I think, to write a letter anyway, without having any input from, you know, US Army Corps of Engineers, the Coast Guard, what you, in your risk, you know, the study, the findings of all the different stakeholders that you've been engaging with. We don't have, we have nothing of that. I mean, we have this, what people have said. But you have done a really, I think, good job of outreach so far as the last few months. That we would love to have that information to incorporate, but.
Yeah, I think the only thing I would say, and as they explained in the presentation, was that the formal review and kind of determination, final determination, I'll call it, of this assessment doesn't happen until after that what is put in, and then the Army will then start take a look at this report. Certainly we've had a conversation as you were. That final determination doesn't get made until later next.
No, I
year.
understand, but you see like the pickle we're in, because if we say, hey, you know, yes, we love this, and then the Coast Guard comes back and said, this is so unbelievably wrong, you know. It seems like it's.
Yeah, I think David mentioned earlier, like, we wouldn't submit this if there were major concerns. If people safety.
So can I make a motion? Could I?
Yeah, well, let's, before we do that, we'll just thank them and let them, because we're gonna talk about the letter writing, right? You're talking about
You
motion?
want them to leave?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I think they want to as well.
Get out.
Okay, thanks. guys.
Thank you all so much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Christine will submit.
She never sent it.
I hope
It has to be.
Yeah, like we're doing.
Or the other way around.
Okay, so everyone, yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Both.
Thanks,
Handle
guys.
the crowd, both of you handle the crowd and.
Guys, we're still in the, Sally, we're still in the meeting, we're still in the meeting.
Good work.
Oh, nice.
You're my card, you know, please on.
Yeah, hey, she'd like to do that.
All right.
Nice to see that.
Thank you, David. Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. Well, thank you.
Yeah, we'll talk.
See you in a minute.
Yeah,
In this case.
yeah, I'll be around.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you.
I know.
Thanks, Charles. Okay, I know Matt had, I just want to continue Matt's thought and I want to give him his space. Sorry, I said.
No, it's okay.
Doesn't matter, just go to the.
Okay.
Go for it.
So I agree, I appreciate, we don't have all the information yet, and it's important to understand the navigational safety risks and the Army Corps of Engineers and have that sort of understanding. But I don't think that should prevent us from allowing this process to move forward because we're in the exact same spot that we were in a few months ago. So I would make a motion to write a letter that would support EDC's request for the order process that's conditional upon the approval of the Army Corps of Engineers and the navigational safety risks. And then we also outline our expectations, right? Like, we want the working group, we want the future modes of transportation, to Brad's point, considered. I think like the independent, I'm not sure what they're called, but like, it was a good point that a community member brought up, like, let's make sure that those independent cruise ships or deliveries from upstate that are using the
Smaller vessels.
smaller vessels
Smaller
are
vessels.
incorporated into the design. And then we can, continue to, all the other comments that were, I didn't take great notes, but,
I have.
but you had that.
It's like we reserve our rights, like when you write a
Right.
letter, a little,
Right.
you say, I
Yeah.
reserve my
So-
right, like I reserve my right.
I do think it's important that we allow them the ability to also just come back to us, like start the process.
We'll do it, but
This will
reserve
be a
our
long
rights.
process. We will have ample time to discuss the details. The
Approving,
demos will be in.
approving order does not mean we approve the project.
Exactly, yeah, it
Even better.
doesn't, right. It doesn't mean that.
It's like, we're supporting it going into the review process.
Yeah.
Right.
That's-
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We don't have to say we approve of WORDA. That I would feel uncomfortable saying that language, because I think what you said was right. It's conditional.
right,
I think
right.
we should also make a point of deferring to the congressman. Because it's his committee. I mean, he knows what this process is like federally
Yeah.
and what hurdles
Right.
he has to get through federally.
Yeah.
And I think that would be smart to.
Yeah, if
reject
he
that.
thinks that there's something that we're not thinking of, I think we should certainly defer to that extent.
But I think what you mean.
I don't want us to be the first place where they get stopped. I think it leads to, they need to be allowed to do this due diligence on the next phase of
Yeah.
this, and I think it's helpful for us to play a role.
Well, just so but just so everyone knows, our letter is not, it's advisory, it's recommendations, so it's not gonna stop anything from going through any.
That would be helpful.
Yeah, but I'm just so everyone
Yeah.
who doesn't know, knows that,
I'll second that motion.
Yeah.
If there's actually a motion in there.
so, yeah, there is.
Yeah.
I'll second it.
I'm just gonna talk about the points of the letter. I think what you're saying, and I think we agree, is that the pushing out of the land that some people, whether that's infill, whether that pile, whatever that is okay with this committee right now. Right? Because that's the work, that's, like Tom said, that's conditional on the word.
It has to be, because it's part and parcel of the
Right.
plan. If
Correct,
they don't do that, they can't do the plan.
Right.
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 They said that right in there.
Yeah.
That's why, and this is the same question.
That's what I mean, but we have to make clear, I mean, that's gonna be a concern for the community.
Oh, yeah.
Like, so just FYI, and I do think we should put in there that, you okay? That, we have to mention that, we still, which will happen, want a robust environmental review, because that's gonna be a very clear and big part of it. I was a little concerned with, so if you guys saw it, said, you would know this, schematic design is a very specific term. And what I was texting with someone about what it meant during the meeting and what exactly it means, it's that it's not just, oh, the schematic design, it's actually a process where usually everything is already designed and you're only getting out the kinks during schematic, which was a little worrisome as far as where we are in the process moving forward. But as we mentioned to them, and it's going to be a big part of our letter, or at least pretty much a do or die part of our letter, is we need a working group.
Right.
We need a working group to go through all of this stuff, and then, because then we can talk to the public and the stakeholders as we go through this process, and I think,
Leslie,
yes,
so could we keep that at the top of our letter, that before we even talk about human craft powered vehicles, that we say EDC's presented a schematic design and that troubles us because, and then your bullet points about the things that the community wants?
so the schematic design comes later, but what I was like, this wasn't the schematic design, but they showed it as the next public like step. So it's between now and then, Christopher, so you're right, like.
But
we
it
think
does
there's-
exist, right?
No,
No, not yet.
Okay. Oh, when are we getting that? In a timeline
Yeah,
sense?
we want more public, we want more input, that's what the working group
Okay,
is.
okay. So we're gonna request that the schematic design gets pushed as far back in order to fit the working group in. Yes?
Sorry, say that again?
We're gonna request that the schematic design presentation get pushed as far back as possible so that a working group gets fit in before they ever
Correct.
gets presented. Excellent. Thank you.
Correct, not that exact language, but yeah, we don't want it pushed off, but we wanna be in there definitely from the beginning. Like you said. Yeah,
Because there's limited changes once the schematics in place.
yes,
Yeah.
I think that's right, exactly, so we're kind of.
Yeah,
in
so
a-
the working group should definitely come in before any time where they're like, EDC's like, hey, schematic design's coming in next month. We're like, no, we haven't had working
Correct.
group yet. So no working
Exactly.
group, no schematic design.
Exactly, that's, I mean,
Thank you.
yes, and I know Christine was on, so I know transportation will be contributing to this letter as well, in a hopefully a heavy-handed way.
Sorry, just about the Greenway.
The
and-
Greenway, the ins
She
and
was
outs,
definitely part of that.
yeah, absolutely.
And then and the contribution to HRPT, we should just make.
That's in there, yes, absolutely.
Otherwise, yeah.
I mean, I was trying to find out when they were saying, first they said they did say 1 million travelers each year.
They did.
They did, because then we're only getting $700,000 a year, what happened to the other 300?
It
But
is, it's
anyway,
gonna be more.
but, you know.
Yeah, that was a weird part of the
I
conversation.
wanted to make sure, like, where we, anyway,
That was a weird part of the conversation because they said it costs $600 a passenger. But we don't know how many passengers are coming through, and that means that part of that equation is missing, so how the hell do they know it's $600? They don't, is the answer.
Well, 600
per person, meaning the economic impact.
They don't know that, they don't.
No, currently, they just don't know how.
Unfortunately, they don't know that because here's the reason why. Tourism 101. Most of these packages are baked in food, alcohol, everything. So they mostly incentivize anybody who purchases a ticket for a cruise ship to eat and drink on the cruise ship. They don't incentivize out. If you talk to businesses on Restaurant Row or 9th Avenue, what you'll hear is that most of these cruise ships take dining business away because the push is to return back to ship for your meals, for your, off Broadway, on waterway shows and things of that nature. So it's just projected at that point. And you never know how the cruise ship industry is going to build out a package. And so you don't know how it's going to affect positively or negatively what's happening in Hell's Kitchen. The same way that, like, when you look at Nassau or you look at San Juan, Puerto Rico, old San Juan doesn't necessarily know how cruise ship packages would affect their nightlife, their dining. Mostly it trends towards eating and drinking and partying on the ship. So they'll catch their Broadway show, but they won't eat and drink, in Hell's Kitchen.
I
They'll
know,
go back to their boat.
I see what you're saying, I think it's, yeah, I think that there's an element of truth to that. There's also when you dock, the people go and they do a day in New York, or they do 2 days in New York, and then they get back on the ship to go wherever, but I do wanna bring up something that one of the members of the public, Tom, brought up, which I think is interesting, and I wanna get, cause it's gonna be important to the letter. Is, so one of our very big asks from the beginning is to get a lot of the traffic off of the highway. That includes the tractor trailers that line up on the access road to service the ships, and they did that. But also, like they said, the reason why they're widening this footprint is so they can now incorporate pickup and drop off the highway.
Right.
And all those people won't be, spilled onto Route 9, which is exactly what we wanted. But then again, like Tom said, there's this balance. now you're doing infill, you're covering over the estuary, which is a concern as well. So how would you like to handle that as far as in a letter? Are we comfortable with that, or, you know, how? We can definitely raise concerns and tie it to environmental review process for
But
sure,
they still have to do that in order for the whole thing to be built.
as they designed it.
Yeah, so, they're gonna do it.
I think we need to reference the Hudson River Act, the Preservation Act that HRPT exists on. We need to reference that piece of legislation which says, hey, if you're going to develop on the Hudson River and you're going to build out, it needs to have no impact on like the improvement of the environment or minimal impact. And understanding that like a infrastructure project like this is not a minimal impact, you need to give us something in return for that.
Yeah, we're like a community benefits package.
Yeah.
Massive community benefits package, including but not limited to, like, what does it look like if they if they have to release, you know, liquids that are hot into the Hudson River? How does that affect? Like, I don't really understand like the new technology for these large cruise ships. I just know how they move, and like I don't know how like that's going to affect, you know, crustaceans and mollusk and the things that like we really rely on to clean out the Hudson River.
That's what the environmental.
Yeah.
Chris, they don't, the new ships retain all the waste that they produce until they're out in open water, and that's when they dispose of it. We had the pleasure of going through, taking a tour through
so they have
one of
a
their
dump
ships.
tank. They have a dump tank. They have a dump tank that they release offshore.
That's right. So there's no coffee going in from the ships unless some jerk throws it over the
Yeah,
fence.
go ahead, Matt. No.
Okay.
This is
Okay.
a little
So
separate from that, but
Hold on, Chris, hold on.
the Blue Highway part really concerns me. And I think it should be in the letter because,
Oh, for sure.
because Amazon, they're just gonna use that as a terminal. I mean,
Right.
they could avoid the George Washington Bridge and the $9 coming in, so they're gonna be back and forth all day long. There's gonna be electric delivery bikes all day long, all night long, 24 hours a day. It'll be there, so there's no question. So
The concern is having those bikes safely cross.
yeah, the concern is they're not safely. It's like, I don't think they should be there. I mean, already the Greenway is gonna be so interrupted by this project. I mean, to me, it's really scary. It was a big user of the Greenway and that biking area. They're gonna bring 1 million more people, as much as they can, as many more people as they can to that spot through cruise ships. Then they're gonna bring more, because they're gonna have it open when there's no cruise ships there. And so you could drive in, right? You'd be able to drive in and park and use that area. So they're gonna be going through there. And then they're gonna have Amazon delivering 24 hours a day, 7 days a week across the Greenway. The Greenway will never be open.
It's Robert Moses revisited. You build the highway and the more cars come.
Yeah.
So I think, but the thing is, we are on
But
record.
the blue
Highway.
has to be something in there, so like, we need to understand that, we need to have more
For
information
sure.
on that, because
So
that to me was like, that blew me away, that's.
So
gonna
we
be a
are on
problem.
record really advocating for a blue highway.
I don't think we should be, but that's just. me.
We're on
Maybe
record.
not there.
Because we,
Or that Amazon's not allowed, and maybe the people from Upper Hudson that he was talking about, they're bringing the farm stuff down, they could go to that spot,
so I think
but not Amazon.
I think Transportation Committee will definitely take this up, especially when EDC and DOT give their presentation of a blue highway, for sure. We have been advocates of a blue highway, as other community boards along the river, only because, well, not only, but there's so many trucks in our neighborhood that come either, you know, through the Lincoln Tunnel, whatever it is, that we're trying to give a little bit of relief for that, and a blue highway would be more of a environmentally sound way of doing that. But the problem is landside, where do all these bikes go?
Once all those things are coming down,
Where-
you gotta get them from the water to the city.
Correct.
So, you know, they don't just magically.
So what you're saying is absolutely correct, like we have to say, what is the plan, like you can't.
That's a
we
big
want-
part of this plan.
And I think that
They're
is,
divesting themselves of that. They sort of pushed that away a little bit.
For sure.
They said it's only for charging boats. Is what they.
yeah, I mean, they're gonna have to answer to the blue highway too.
But I just thought it's something to
Representation.
throw in the letter, just saying that.
Yeah.
We just need more information about this.
Yeah.
The other thing I think you need to emphasize again, and we keep saying it, I think almost everybody in the room keeps saying it, is the shore power. So again, the shore power, whole argument about shore power would do something now, even as temporary. I think somebody from the community suggested a barge or whatever they want to put out there, but somehow they have to start something, not in 10 years. They have, I mean, it's only because you argued, I think, we talked about parallel paths, and they're starting to use that word, but it came from this group. Why can't you do it at the same time? So now they're doing that at the same time, but they still can't, they have to start something somewhere, even if it's temporary and it costs a few more million
Yeah, so
dollars.
we'll write that. I mean,
Yeah, but it should
I think they said, I think we have written that in many letters, and they said it just wasn't feasible. And they
Do
would
it again.
I really agree with what you just said. When I pushed them on shore power, they said we can't now because part of it is built out over the water. And that's because the design they have is that part of it is built out over the water. Well, what about not building it out over the water and putting?
The point is temporary, even if it's gonna cost money incrementally.
Yeah, that's
Meanwhile, the
an
people
additional-
are dropping dead from pollution, so they spend a few more million dollars to put a temporary situation in while they do the big plan, so that more people don't die every day.
Figure out how to do shore power now, whether temporary or permanent.
Yeah, let me, Katie has her hand up. Go ahead, Katie.
Yeah, I kind of feel like we're losing what the original motion was, and it feels like there's a lot of stuff.
It'll be one letter.
No, it's one letter. We're just
It's one
adding on
letter.
to it.
So it's one letter that's about the WRDA process that's also then going to recap everything that we don't that we
it's
want
not
and
about-
don't want.
No, this is the opposite. It's not about the word or process. I mean, that's a small element of
But
this
I
letter.
thought that's what Matt's original motion was, to write a letter, saying that we want to see this move forward, but we want, as long as the Army Corps of Engineers is good and Congressman is good. And then it just kind of like, oh, we'll add this. So I just want to be clear on what exactly it is.
Okay, this is the one chance. This is the plan. This is the big plan that they're presenting to us. So we have to comment on all these, the aspects that everyone is.
Yeah, I think the WRDA letter will be separate, because that'll be directed to the committee, I assume, at some point,
At what
we
committee?
should clarify.
What committee?
The congressional committee that's actually looking at letters of support.
I think it's one letter. It's all one letter. This is not, we're not gonna send a letter to the congressional committee.
But I do
We
agree.
will send it to Jerry Nadler's office for sure, but it's not gonna be definitive
I guess
anyway.
they'll follow up with it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's gonna be, as we're saying, it's not gonna be, it's not saying. We want that, we're gonna say, this looks good to us, but if this has to. It has to, get over this hurdle, has to get over this hurdle, has to get over this hurdle. I think separately, that's not it's not a.
Just sometimes I know when we do projects, letters of support are freestanding things that go directly to like usually the federal government, but that's fine. They'll
Yeah,
follow
we're not,
up.
that's, yeah.
I think this
This is multi-layered, sadly, because HRPT.
All of them.
HRPT has access over, like the Hudson River Park Trust Act has access over like development within the river. Then we have the larger like cruise ship situation, which is federal, and then we have EDC, which is monitoring like development of this cruise ship like terminal through multiple levels of funding. So it has to be one letter, but it has to address everyone at the same time.
I think this is a letter like we always do. I mean,
This is a very
we've done
traditional
this
letter.
letter a million times.
Yeah, I think we
before.
just reiterate, I do think we just need to stick to what Katie is saying. I mean, I think we need to make this about starting the process. We can reiterate our concerns and things that we want to get feedback on, but it's really just stating our conditional approval.
Continue the process.
Yeah, we don't have to get into the weeds.
No, because there's nothing to get into the
We do.
weeds.
But now, I mean, well, we want to make the point that it's covered, but we've already covered these points, for example, like shore power, I mean, there are other things.
Right.
We don't
just summarize
whole
our-
conversation.
No, but I do wanna mention that, I think we wanna mention the lack of study with the man-powered people, keep saying them, people-powered vehicles. We wanna, I wanna talk about the process and the timeline and how they haven't, I think, done an extensive I mean, there's.
You don't think there should be a second letter and then do like,
No.
just do two letters, but you send them out at
Well,
the
they
same
haven't-
time?
No,
Done it because they're not in that phase with the project yet.
Yeah.
no.
Whatever we can do to remind these
No, it would've been
agencies that
done.
they
It
have
should
to
have
do
been
the
done
job.
already. It's to study, make, like doing all these studies should have been. They're squeezing what should be a 12 to 18 month process into 5-6 months.
Because of water.
Because they didn't plan properly. And so
Well,
now,
they need to get the word to start, right?
right, they should have, right, I mean, they should have, no, they could have done a study on the people powered vehicles in June. Or whatever, I mean, they didn't, the process
They
wasn't,
just didn't want to spend the money on the process.
The environmental process, I mean, they don't know yet which environmental process they're doing, but
The re-
that's why I'm not sure, does that really need a separate study?
There's
Because I
gonna
think
be
they don't
an
want
EIS.
environmental.
There's gonna be an environmental impact statement.
Right, and I think that would be studied in.
no, I think this is about, well, maybe, but I think this is about how the recreational users use it and how, so it's kind of. The recreation users want to know how will if you're in these, there are other meetings, how will the currents affect them? Will they be pushed out further? All these different things that we don't know yet, so how can they comment on something that they don't know? And we're saying, but go ahead anyway. That, how, that study can't, their questions can't be answered after they give approval. It has to be answered before we give approval.
Right, but that's the question in the letter.
Correct.
That's what- yeah.
The letter is not approving.
We're not
Yeah,
giving
the
approval,
letter-
just
Bring them going in.
to word
Yeah, right.
it, but we're not giving any approval
No, to word or no.
to anything,
To anything.
Correct.
to anything.
Thank you
Yeah.
for your presentation.
You're right. No, I think that's
That
right.
wasn't my motion. My motion was that we
Yeah.
are approving conditional of they do get approval by the Army Corps of Engineers, the navigational safety risk assessment. Like, that's the motion that I made originally.
Okay.
And that
So they
was
can begin
originally
the
seconded by
process,
somebody.
so then
We
we
can
can
vote that
utilize
down
those
and create our
studies.
new letter based off the notes that we have.
Yeah,
So I
think
call the
there's
question.
more that goes into it.
Hold,
than
hold
just-
on, Chris.
There's more that goes into it of the studies than just Army Corps of Engineers. There's all these other layers that haven't been done that need to be done to be injected into, that's considered, that I know the congressman is considering. I mean, there's a lot of things that the congressman is considering. It's not just Army Corps of Engineers or tugboat or Coast Guard. There's a long list of stuff that hasn't been done.
But they will do it. They need to.
They
get-
should have done it.
I think they need to understand what they're allowed to do. Before they start studying all of these things. That was the exact timeline that
Right,
they
it would
laid
be
out for
pulling
us.
some money for them to go to
Yeah,
We don't have to
otherwise
subscribe to their
money-
timeline, Matt.
They would do it to bolster their argument to the congressman or to whoever. This is who we talk to. We talk to boom, 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 boom. And if we do this, and if this is approved, it's okay by this group because of this. It's okay by the, that's their, that's gonna be their, argument.
Their
So we want
argument to
them to
push
be
this
able to
forward
say-
without input.
Correct, like it's pushing forward without that input.
Do we
They've
want
gone
them
through
to
a
be able
community-
So
They've just done a community process for the last year.
No.
No.
3 months.
Do we want them to be able to say CB4 approves?
They
Or
started.
CB4.
We just support
That's
supports
already
them.
working.
Yeah, I
It's
think.
not an
that's-
approval,
Yeah.
it's just supports them.
But that's different than his, right?
Oh, I'd make a friendly amendment to his motion to say we just,
We're
we
we're open
support
to.
their, the process of
Getting
WORDA
into it.
for EDC.
But-
And reserve our rights to talk about all other points later on.
So,
Very simple.
No, we still need a letter thanking them and calling out all the things that we've done in the past. Period. We have laws and processes on this board and on this committee, and if we simply say thank you very much, we approve this conditionally, they will not do it. So we cannot say thank you very
We're not
much.
saying we're
We
approving
approve
it.
it
We're not saying
conditionally.
approve
We
it.
have to simply say thank you
We're not
for
saying we're approving it.
presenting. We have to say
We're not
thank
saying
you
we're
for presenting.
approving, but-
so,
It's
so,
support, that's all they're asking.
so we're saying,
Twice.
so we're supporting moving towards the process of WORDA conditional on all these other things, and then we can put all the little things down in there too, but saying we meaning that we we get why it has to be bigger. We get why it has to have all this stuff, because you are answering what we requested in the beginning. So that we understand.
When you say condition on
Yes.
the project being.
But we
approved
don't
by
have
our
to
board,
agree with their timeline.
Would include everything, because we're not gonna
Yeah.
approve it unless we get all
Right,
this.
right.
Again,
Should we say we support it in concept?
We don't have
Exactly.
to agree with their timeline. We can say, thank you for presenting. We don't agree with your timeline. These are the things that are very serious considerations.
Why
Wait,
would we not?
Christopher, I don't think that's his motion.
Why wouldn't we agree with the timeline?
Why wouldn't we agree with their timeline? They're trying to expedite, they're trying to
They
keep
need
moving.
this next year.
This thing's gonna be shut down.
2 years.
It doesn't matter. It can be done better.
But we don't want them to wait another 2 years before they.
You can always be better, but.
Well, guess what? We have a Republican president who's not necessarily going to fund this. And it doesn't matter who the congressman
There's
is.
not,
I don't think
there's
it's
no federal funding.
But nothing matters unless we get through what this work, it just doesn't matter. So just do this little letter.
I think, we can word it, we can word the
Then we
word,
have a committee.
we can word the word up, saying that.
We support it.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for
We
coming.
support the process of moving forward, because we you incorporate everything that we asked for, and we thank you for that and the consideration. But
However,
there's a lot of things that we are concerned about.
But you can just say, but
We
approval for the
expect-
project
we expect
doesn't,
continued
will only come from the.
Not the project, but if-
On X, Y, Z concerns
right.
we've already articulated.
Yeah.
See letters on date,
Yeah.
you know.
Okay, and I know Christine, well, I mean, she might have different wording for the transportation aspects, not different wording, but she'll incorporate the wording. Yeah,
By the way, if they get through to the word process, we can then have another letter that points out all the concerns. Once we find out that, okay, they're going, it's done,
That's right.
then we can just send another letter.
There'll be another presentation.
You have-
Guys, if you go back to the chart, there was a green line underneath all the processes. On every one of them, it touched base community input. Everything we're talking about is charted there. It shows it on the chart. The chair asked for it to be brought up. It shows schematic meeting, environmental meeting, all the way through. We are involved in the whole process. This is LaGuardia being put in on the west side. The amount of environmental studies and water studies and traffic studies is way more than we've ever even seen. So I'm not so concerned that it's not going to be looked at. It is, and we're involved through the whole process, and let alone the working group is one of our main demands. So I think we're really getting bogged down. We want to release them to go to actually get the approval to start this whole process.
well, then how do we guarantee a working group in this letter?
Christopher.
They're gonna guarantee it.
It-
They'll ask.
Yeah, they agreed to it in the meeting. Just say, as discussed and agreed upon in the meeting, we are setting up
Then
a working group.
memorialize that. Memorialize that at the top.
We agree, it's right there.
Yes,
Memorialize it
They
at the
wanna
top.
have that.
you heard that, right, Chris?
Yeah.
We have it on a recording. She said it.
Should we reintroduce the motion?
You spoke the open meetings.
I can't remember, but saying that, we thank them, and just tell me if this is wrong, because this is this is Matt's motion. We thank them for coming, everything that we have, during the formation of these ideas that we asked for in previous letters have been incorporated. We appreciate that. We do understand that there has to be some sort of pushing out of the, I don't know how I'll word this, but the land or to expand the footprint, to incorporate a lot of our asks that we asked for, like the onboarding, offboarding of people, and that was on our request.
Based on that, we support your
Exactly.
process to work.
We appreciate that. As far as WRDA, we appreciate pushing forward on that, to go through the process, because it's contingent on this particular plan, or this particular plan is contingent on that, I should say.
Right.
And, but we do wanna know more about this, and this. It's also contingent upon the answers to those questions.
Or,
You
we
know.
expect to continue to engage on XYZ concerns that we've already articulated in letters dated XYZ dates, yeah.
Okay.
So she's got it. She's heard everything you said. If you have, I'm just trying to move the process forward. If any of you have particular urgency for the opening paragraph of the letter, I suggest you write it and share it with Leslie, and she will accept it or reject it or include it in what she's doing. And then we will see the product of her brilliance.
Not my brilliance. The
Well,
committee.
you have to write the goddamn letter.
You're writing this one.
Oh, no, no, I'm not. Not with all those notes on your computer.
We'll get the wording right.
Yeah.
We'll get it right for sure.
And then if you'll see it for the next, as the letter for the next board meeting. And you can, that's an opportunity for you to say, no, this isn't, you know, shoot at it. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah, we need to vote.
Yeah.
Great, yes, we do have to vote. Okay, all in favor of everything we just said? Everything. Okay. Any no's? I see you online, thank you. Any no's? Present not eligible, abstentions? Okay, thank you. We actually have one more item, sorry. Katie, it's all you. It's under new business. And she can explain why we're talking about this.
All right, so last month we had a presentation from Department of Sanitation. They went over a lot of great stuff. They did mention their solid waste management plan for 2026, which is something that comes out every 10 years, and it just kind of goes over, this is how we've been doing things, this is how we project the amount of waste to increase and how we plan to deal with it and other initiatives. That was released in June, I believe, and the public comment period ends on January 16th. So if we wanted to write a letter, it would have to go now to the full board meeting in beginning of January, so it can get in for the 16th. So the draft solid waste management plan is in the Dropbox. It's 248 pages, a lot of chapters. But going through it, there are a few key items that are things that we've discussed a lot. So one of them is the expansion of drop-off programs and community reuse events, which is something that the board has advocated for, and also something that we heard at the last presentation. So this is something that, you know, is continued to be looked at in the planning for the next 10 years. Strengthening of organics programs at NYCHA and schools. So this is another thing we've heard a lot about trash outside of schools, plus having 3 NYCHA campuses, making sure that, this, and, we do have a lot of schools. So making sure that this is done quickly and can help, divert more organics. Then planned growth of composting infrastructure. This is something that has come up as well in, the presentation from sanitation. They did say that everything is being composted, and there was a specific question, or if it was still going to Newtown Creek. So it's still, personally, I think it's a little questionable. Some of the composting sites they use to drop off material are run by Waste Management. So once they drop it off at Waste Management says, yeah, we're going to compost this. You don't really know. But they do want to increase the infrastructure, so that would be good. Commercial waste zones, something that was actually the first meeting I ever heard for the community board. And trying to implement that, as quickly as possible. Containerization. This is where it kind of gets into a little more nuanced items. We do have, a lot of mixed uses for our street space and curb space. So making sure that as the rollout of containerization moves forward, that the Department of Sanitation is communicating with local tenant and block associations, understanding what uses there are there, school buses, pick up and drop off locations, areas that need to be accessible, and which might not be the proper place to put a giant dumpster. And then Marty's major point that we wanted to hit on, extended producer responsibility legislation. And this is, you know, basically the department kind of showing their support for this and how it would increase the ways in which we're able to recycle more materials by making sure that we're only using materials that actually have a secondary market, and putting the responsibility for the processing of waste on the producer versus the consumer, and therefore the city. And this also includes creating responsible recycling for solar panels, rechargeable batteries, gas cylinders, things that are difficult to recycle, trying to find better infrastructure and better uses for those items. And updating the residential waste management plan approval process. This is something that's been ongoing. There was a sanitation task force a year or so ago that kind of dealt with this, and a plan for buildings with over 150 units need to submit a sanitation plan as part of their package to kind of show how they plan to manage all of that waste. And in this, we include some items such as exploring the use of compactors inside very dense buildings. They can be picked up with roll-on and roll-off trucks. So, you know, they come in, they take the compactor, empty it, return the empty one back. And I think that's really it. So, you know, basically it's just us kind of going on the record, pointing out the things that, you know, our board has advocated for, that were in this, that, you know, we are happy to see, and also giving some feedback on what we think could be improved in some of those sections.
I think that's a great summary of the letter. Thank you. I appreciate what you just said. I spent a couple of hours last night. I don't know if you know this. I spent a couple of hours last night listening to the Solid Waste Management Advisory Committee's presentation of the Solid Waste Management Plan. And I don't want to repeat their conversation to you, except 3 points. The Solid Waste Management Plan has a lot more information than what Katie just recited. But what she did recite are the things that we've been interested in, and the things that that our committee and board should be focusing on. The previous solid waste management plans were issued in 92 and 06. And now 26, so it's not actually every 10 years, as I understand it. And the current solid waste management plan that they put out isn't really programmatic. It says things like, we will explore, we support. It's not we shall or we will, but it does give a wide, if you want to read through any or skim through parts of it, you can't read it all, it's too broad.
It's 250 pages, yeah, but it was actually the most inspiring DSNY kind of missive that I've ever read, you know?
You looked at a
So
lot.
congratulations. Yeah, so Katie, is your letter that's in the Dropbox a summary of what you just said? Cause
Yeah.
I reviewed the letter thinking that we were going to vote on it tonight.
We are.
Oh, okay, great.
Yeah. So
I'm just to support it. If you want to know more about solid waste management, look through this report.
Is it waste management versus like circulation?
no, well, so the circularity is included in waste management. I mean, the city has a mandate to get to zero waste by 2030. I'm not sure how that's exactly going to happen at this point, but they are still making big steps in a concerted effort to get closer to that goal. But if, you know, there were any points that I missed, again, it was an incredibly large document. So I kind of pulled out the things that I recall us talking about over, you know, the last few years in regards to sanitation. But if anyone, you know, wants to email me other things to include or whatnot, you know, we do have a little bit of time. Brad?
I love the plastics,
Katie.
just having like
To
plastic.
make a motion to vote on the letter?
Hold on. I have my hand up.
Brad had his hand up.
Katie, question. Can
Easy
you,
to do when you're
I don't
sitting
mean to make the meeting go longer, but the legislation, when they're saying they want to go after the provider of the garbage instead of the consumer, can you clarify that for me?
So, okay, so end producer responsibility legislation is basically, it's, so, things are, your food is packaged, you get stuff that's made in all kind of packaging, and the packaging is made in a way that is most easily and cheap for the producer. They don't think about what happens to it after you open that bag of chips and have to throw out that bag, or open that container that's made of 3 different materials combined, and how you deal with it. And so then when you end up with all that waste, it is on the consumer and then the municipality to figure out how to deal with it. The producer is like, not my problem. So end producer responsibility is then going to these manufacturers and saying, you need to use materials that can be easily recycled. You need to use things that can be reused. You need to make them out of single materials, or materials that have a secondary market, like plastic number 1 and number 2 versus, plastic number 6, which, things that you can actually recycle versus can't. So it's not like holding them accountable as like fining them, but it's kind of making them environmentally accountable for the things that they produce that we have to deal with.
Are you saying there needs to be an end result to the product after it's no longer functional?
Yes.
So it's the straw mentality where we changed the plastic straws in New York to paper.
No, not really. I mean,
Is this
in
legislation
a very
mandating anything in New York to fit these standards? And is there a time frame on that?
I don't know. I'm not a specialist in the actual legislation, but generally most environmental groups are very much in support of this, because it is one step towards dealing with the massive issue that is waste. Like, for example, you have a container of Planters peanuts. The top is plastic, the side is a coated cardboard, the bottom is metal. If those items were all separated out, some of them could be recycled, but it's all together in one, so it's in the trash. Could Planters make something that is all paper? I don't know. Maybe they could. Would it be a little bit more expensive? Maybe. Would it be better for the environment? 100%. So that's the intent behind the legislation. I can't give you any answers as to what it would actually do, but I think it is something that is very worthy of our support.
I agree. I'd like to make a motion to vote on behalf of a letter supporting this legislation.
Perfect. Great. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Wait, President not eligible, abstentions? Great, okay.
I want to add comments there, because it's not about the letter case, it's great, okay? But after our meeting, I did get so excited about the discussion of DSNY that I spoke to Eric afterwards, and I wrote him a letter. And he is actually trying to introduce a bill into the city legislature to do a pilot program on requiring recycling compactors in schools and residential buildings of a certain number of units. So it's in there right now, being researched to see if they can come up with the legislation and make a pilot. Great, we could get lucky with that. And one more thing, before you adjourn.
We'd have
don't
to
anybody
motion
leave.
to adjourn.
No, we'll to adjourn. But Leslie has just been elected to the chair of this community board. This is our last meeting with Leslie, the whole chair.
Oh, my gifts?
No.
Oh.
Oh, look, champagne.
She's still gonna be co-chair of this.
No, she can't, she's gone.
No,
So,
someone can't take this place.
so just, I need a guy.
Sally wants to open booze.
No, I don't know how to.
Oh, well, on
No,
that
I
note,
just
I need
wanna say
to
before we leave,
formally
I
suggest
gotta tell
that
you, this
we
has been-
close this committee hearing So I make a motion to adjourn, and you enjoy those
No,
bubbles.
hold on, Chris, hold on 1 second. I just want to thank everyone on this committee. This, co-chairing WPE has been probably the greatest joy of mine on CB4 by far. I mean, the minute I got it, it has been the best people, the best committee. We have done such great work. We have brought, Marty and I think, have brought the E in environment so far. I mean, no one was even talking about environment. It was all parks, 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 parks. And we injected environment into just about every letter we could.
Even parks.
Even parks. So I want to thank you guys. The one thing I was saying when if I was gonna run for chair is, I didn't want to leave WPE. I love WPE so much. But, you know, Marty and I will talk about who's gonna replace me here, and you'll be in good hands, and Marty's gonna stay, so we'll have a steady hand. But I appreciate all you guys. I really do. It's been good.
Thank you, Leslie. You've been great. I just want
Marty,
to say
show us
something.
those steady hands again. Hey, Marty.
Thank you, Brad.
I just want to say one thing, Leslie, and to the board. Today's meeting regarding this transportation hub is a massive win for you and Marty and this board. We've been all over them to present something that is thinking way bigger. And thank you, both of you, for getting this done. And I know it's a long process, but thank you, Leslie. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Brad, and thank you for your kind words along the way. So motion now, Chris.
I make a motion to adjourn. And congratulations, Leslie.
Thank you, Christopher.
Christopher, good to see you, buddy. Good to see you, Christopher.
Who wants to second Christopher's motion? Thank you. Bye, guys.
Happy Hanukkah, Merry Christmas. God bless.
Have a good night, everyone.
I brought everything.